play well, and next day you come out and it's not there. But I'm sure Mark Selby would be hoping that he can improve his game at least another 20 or 30% on all week.
30.
I remember here last year, Willie, in the quarterfinals, he was 4-0 down to Neil Robertson. First to 6, he came out after the interval and won 6 in a row.
Now, does he have an angle on this red to get onto the black in the same pocket? If he does, it gives him every chance then of getting rid of the red that's causing him a problem. He does
19.
have that angle. Just needs to finish high on this next black so he can easily play either the cannon into the red next to the black or
20.
just get on it. He's got the perfect angle to play the cannon. He's also got a good angle to come round the back of it and play it in the same pocket.
$27. $28.
Yes, purposely played high on the blue. Travelled on a little bit, but he's still okay. There is a red in the middle of the bunch that's available into the right corner pocket, but he has to be quite precise with that. May elect to go into the reds here.
A little bit unlucky that the red's gone in such a way that he may have to play the plant here, and it's not a guaranteed plant. Let's have a little look at this. He's put a lot of bottom on the cue ball, as you can see there. He probably just played to glance off the front two reds, just slightly missed them. But where that red's gone, just on that left-hand jaw, he's got to be a little bit careful with this plant. Yes, well done. Should be a frame.
34.
Yes, and a nice angle on the black. You can nudge this red out of the way and still be on the one into the corner. An excellent opportunity now to win this frame at this visit.
41. $42.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it, Ken, how Mark can doubt himself sometimes. He's never been at ease all season. He's felt not as confident as he normally does. He's such a wonderful player.
49.
I've said many times, I've known him since he's been 14 years of age, and to see the improvement in this young man is quite remarkable.
50.
Just checking that the back red will pot. If it does, he doesn't have to play the cannon. If it doesn't, he'll have to play the cannon.
Well, I know the cue ball's gone a little close to the cushion,
57.
but he still has a nice angle on this red into right centre and come back down for the black.
$58.
Break goes to 58, so black 65. So he needs one more red after potting this black.
Yep. 65.
This should be a great final. I mean, we've seen how well they're cueing. This is Robertson's first shot at the table, Ken, right into the heart of the pocket. And then as if Selby was not to be outdone, what a great shot that is. And that's the shot that's got him into this frame-winning break, possibly.
Yeah, great opener. And it's probably, this is just exactly what Mark wanted. A good start with a good break. Well, that's the frame. And he gets high on the blue.
66.
Perfect.
Yes, you couldn't pick it up by hand and put it better than it finished there.
71.
It's quite evident, Willie, just from the first opening exchanges in this
72.
frame, that Mark Selby has picked his pace up a little bit. There's no doubt about that. Maybe he's feeling a lot better after yesterday, and maybe that 147 as well will give him that little bit of confidence that he has been lacking.
I think that was the key, Ken. You know, the fact that he realises that
79.
he can play that way when he's not at his best. There's been 81 centuries in this tournament so far. He's going to struggle to make 100 from here now. Missing the kiss on the brown is going to be tough here, playing in and out of baulk. Managed to miss the brown, didn't manage to miss the pink. Has he come round enough? He has. What a fabulous shot. Deserves a century now.
87.
Yes, and our title sponsors,
88.
WilliamHill.com, have kindly donated £128, Willie, for every century made this week. It's over 10,000 at the moment. That's for Bluebell Wood charity. That's a fantastic gesture. Might be getting another £128.
95.
And what a
96.
fantastic start to the UK final.
I mentioned one of the stats earlier on. As that century goes in, it's Selby's 5. Robertson's got 5 already.
103.
White Vicky enjoyed that.
105.
Over the years, it's amazing how the top 3 or 4 players in the world can have always managed to start well. That's the key, isn't it? Get a frame on the board quickly.
108.
Absolutely, and nothing better to settle you down, and particularly with a huge break.
112.
Well, at the minute, he's got the cue ball on a string.
117. 123.
Well, you can't play better positional shots than Mark Selby's done in this break. Mark Selby been struggling all week. 147 yesterday, 130 in the first frame today. White Vicky's looking very pleased. A long way to go, but Selby takes the opening frame.
Okay, well, Neil Robertson knows he's in a
Second
match
frame.
today, and
Neil
we're rubbing our
Robertson's
hands because we know we've got one too.
Yes, we certainly do. As Neil Robertson breaks off in the second frame. Pretty good break off. Just looking down the line to the, now you see the pot success 100% each player. I'm sure that will change. Long pot success 100%.
I don't think we've ever had that, have we? Because obviously Robertson's not missed a ball and not missed a safety shot because he snookered him. That's amazing. We've talked about Selby's 147 break, but the match with Stuart Bingham, what a fabulous match that Robertson produced there. From 8-3 in front, he hardly ever had a shot, and his pot success rate only moved down 1%, so it wasn't as if he was missing, and then produced some great snooker to win 9-8. Got to be a little bit careful with the safety he's looking at. The 2 reds just below the pink. You know, he's changed his mind. He's playing the one just above the black, which is not going to push a red on the corner. Great return. Super shot.
Well, half a chance for Neil Robertson. Couple of reds to go at, but maybe he just doesn't have the angle to get back into balk with him, so just a safety. And it's not a good one. And that was pretty straightforward, a safety shot there. He'd be disappointed he caught the red. Has he left anything? Well, everything looks to be covered. Yeah, they're all blocking each other. There is one red, of course, the one we can see there now. That is available, but he's careering into another red, and it'll be very hard to control the cue ball. Clever shot, wasn't it? Very, very clever.
Amazing, isn't it? You'd think he would have took the one in the middle, but as you rightly say, careering to reds, would have had a tough safety shot to play if he wasn't lucky enough to kiss a colour into play. So rather than play that risky shot, brought the black into play with that safety shot and glued to the top cushion. Well, I think he can get through to the one just to the right of the black, and if it's dead straight, which I've just looked on our other picture, it's not straight, as you can see there. He could have got on the black, so don't know whether he can bounce it in between those two reds and still get on the black. I think he'll be a bit too close to his work.
This red is on, but taking it on, he's careering into the red on the top cushion, and again, no real control. And of course, it makes the pot a lot more difficult. So again, just a good safety.
Well, he's playing granite, isn't it? At the minute, it's not risking any sort of shot.
Yes, and you see Neil there lining up exactly where he wants the cue ball. There's no point in bringing the cue ball down the same side of the table where the cue ball is now. He really wants to swing it behind the green or brown, because anywhere on the right-hand side of the table, and you see anywhere on that right-hand side of the table, it just makes it so much more difficult for Mark Selby to get it back into balk.
Yes, that red appears to have just travelled too far past the middle pocket to make it potable. And the safety has to be perfect. There you can see it's past the middle pocket. I don't know how he can risk playing back into the same area. He may have to move that red away from the middle pocket, maybe just roll up to it, push it down the cushion. The fact that he's left-handed would mean that he'd need the rest if he was going to pot it. Robertson, that is.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether he can play that red, will he? The one that's over the right middle. Maybe use the... There, that's what he's looking at. Maybe push it towards the reds and use the sort of the knuckle of the middle pocket to try and spring the cue ball back into balk. Maybe he's just rolling up to you, as you said. But may use the corner of the middle pocket here to get back. No, just rolling up. And try and use that red to cover all the other reds. Has he left anything? It's pretty good.
Yeah, so far the safety's been absolute top draw. He's not looking at the plan here, he's just looking at what damage can do if he screws off this red back into baulk. I don't see the problem in playing just thin, playing back into baulk off this red that it's closest to.
Certainly one part of Neil Robertson's game over the last few seasons that has improved immensely is his safety. He's well renowned for his break building and particularly his long potting, but his safety play and of course his knowledge as well, Willie, is just improved quite dramatically, and that's what's made him so consistent as well.
Yes, I've mentioned it a few times on commentary. Both these players virtually started their career at my club in Leicester, and Robertson, when he first came over, lost his tour card and was a fabulous potter, but didn't have an all-round nous. You know, didn't break build very well. His safety wasn't good enough. And then when he lost his tour card and got it back again as a wild card, it improved 100%. And Selby very similar. You know, he wasn't the best player in the club. He was about the third or fourth best player at one time in my club in Leicester, and then all of a sudden he used to cue. Remember when he used to cue 3 or 4 inches away from the white, and then he got very, very close to the white, and once again improved 100% overnight. And now here they are, number 1 and 2 in the world. Got a chance of getting Mark in trouble here. As long as he avoids the jaws of the middle pocket, should be able to get right in behind the baulk cushion behind the green. You never really want to snooker a person in this situation. You'd rather them hit reds to make things happen. It's too risky to play up behind them in case you leave a long pot on. That's why most players always play for the baulk cushion. Now this red could be potable in the right-hand corner because if you're playing the cue ball back into baulk, the one just above the pink, that's the one he's looking at. Probably play a little bit too thin to pot it, but certainly get the cue ball back into baulk. That's Mark Selby's first poor safety shot.
Example there of how well you can get through the cue ball. Just look at the distance the cue ball covers so quickly. He's perfectly on the blue as well, and that'll be a bonus, getting it back onto its own spot. A couple of reds he'd love to get rid of, Willie, particularly the one that's next to the black, and another one that's potable into the bottom right hand corner pocket, but
there's a chance here actually though, Ken, to play the blue and play the cannon into the pink, because both pink and black are out of play at the moment. There's a little bit of mileage in that. He's not playing it though. He's going to have a little bit of work to do now to get onto the blue or baulk colour again. Played a lovely screw shot. You talk about the screw shot, Ken, and this is a prime example here. He hit as low as he can, and of course the white suddenly stops, and then the spin takes and screws back at the other end of the table. I love looking at those shots.
Seven.
Yes, and here's the shot. And have a look at the cue ball. It just stops for a moment, and then of course spins back. Excellent chance to go into the pink now if he wishes. Yeah, and stay on the red into the right centre.
12.
Unlucky there. Could have had more of the cue ball here to work with. As we see a perfectly played cannon.
Yeah,
just tried to just slide past that red without touching it and trying to be on the pink into the same pocket as he potted the red. But that's end of break now.
Just looking at the opportunity maybe just to roll up to the yellow and leave the white on the baulk cushion, but that doesn't put Mark in any trouble with his safety, so he may decide to play a different shot to that.
Pink ball.
Don't really see the point of playing the pink to get the white on the baulk cushion.
Neil Robertson, 30.
Only 13 in front, then black out of play, now the pink out of play. Okay, he could have got there by just rolling up to the yellow, so I don't know why he wanted to put the pink out of play. Maybe he feels that he wants to knock Mark out of his stride, which has so far been perfect.
Well, he's left a possibility here into the right corner pocket. And there may be a gap around the back of the black. Yeah, I'm trying to... Well, he's refusing it. He doesn't think he can find that gap, and that is a surprise. Keeping it pretty tight. Pretty good. He's definitely covered that red over the pocket.
Sort of test his touch if he wants to roll up to the four reds on the cushion. But the red, I think, 2 away from the black will pass the black into the corner, so if he does play that roll up, he's got to be very careful he doesn't leave the cue ball 3 or 4 inches off the cushion, because that red will be available. Well, looks like he's playing that choice. Doesn't need that white to leave the cushion. Oh, that's excellent. Well done. still in a position where both players are still at 100% pot success rate, because every time they've lost position, they've played a safety shot, and of course that doesn't alter their pot success rate. So every ball they've gone for at the moment has gone in.
Well, that was a dangerous choice of shot for Neil Robertson. I think it may have left this red. Mark's coming down to have a look from the back of the red. I think it does pot. And there is a gap off the top cushion to get back up for blue.
He probably feels that to get back onto blue or ball colour, he may have to hit it too hard. He can definitely pot this red. We're right behind the camera line there, as you can see. But the harder you hit this, the tougher the pot. That's the first pot that's been missed in this match so far, and how costly will it be?
One. Six. Seven.
Well, may have got a heavy contact on the cue ball, and it's just taking the pace out of it a little bit. But he's still okay. The fact that the yellow and brown are off the spot, it's an easy pathway back down for the couple of reds that are closest to this right-hand corner pocket. And he'd probably like to maybe take these two reds and two blues before he
12.
contemplates bringing more reds into play.
Thirty.
Well, he has a nice angle now. Sometimes when you have the angle, sometimes it's better just to take a chance here.
Yeah, he's got the bonus, hasn't he? Even if he gets a bad kiss, the 1 second away from the black pots, and the one that's in open play is clearly available, so it's worth the risk. I really wish he was going to put the pink save now, though. Now, what kind of kiss is he going to get? Oh, that's handy, because it's moved the black into a position where it pots in this right-hand corner.
18. $19.
Looking at the situation, it's still going to be really tough for him to make more than about 30, 35 from here. Because the black's really hard to get onto in that right-hand corner, and he's only going to have to work off blue or bought colour. So anything above 30 will be good. Well, in fairness, he could have played that a little bit harder, couldn't he, and brought those reds into play.
24. 25.
May play it this time, Ken. What do you think? Play the cannon into the two reds near the black?
Well, he may do. I mean, he's bound to be on, as you said, either the red that's in open play, two reds that are close to this bottom right-hand corner pocket. He's hit the wrong side of them. He was always going to be on this red. It's not the one he wanted to be on it. But he's brought the black into a pot-up position now, so all he has to do is just trickle this red along the cushion and let gravity take over.
31.
But these are no gimmies. There's black. You would say if he pots the black, it's probably the most difficult pot that he's made in the break so far, this shot. And if he pots it, he should win the frame. A bit of pressure on this one. Yeah, nicely in and perfectly on the red. Excellent shot. Made it look
38.
very easy.
39.
So 52 points ahead. Black will put him 59, just one more red remaining. But I'm sure as Mark Selby made a wonderful 130 break in the first frame, Neil Robertson would like to reply as well here with a big break.
Making sure of the frame. He's had a quick look at the plant that's on the black spot, which will probably be on in the corner. He can
46.
certainly make it, so he'll just make sure of this red and the black and then consider playing the plant. Still hasn't missed a pot he's gone for yet, Neil Robertson, in this opening 2 frames.
47.
Once again, the knowledgeable crowd applaud to say that that's a situation where Mark leads Snookers.
54.
But has to make sure of this red, otherwise Mark will come back to the table, that is. Well, we thought we might have a classic match, and this looks exactly what it is so far. Both look to be in good form today.
Yeah, he's just having a look at those 2 reds, see if they are a plant.
$62. $63.
Oh, what a wonderful shot that was. And bringing the 2 reds into play as well. Excellent. Well, can we see another century break? Oh, such a shame from Neil Robertson.
Neil Robertson,
But a wonderful 63 break.
On the frame.
Levels things up. He's off the mark. It's Mark Selby, Neil Robertson. That's 1 frame each.
I think it was very popular, like 10-8 and 10-9, the score lines, and looking like it might be there.
It does indeed. OK, back we go.
Yes, it was a little pedestrian early on in that second frame, but the safety was superb. It wasn't like there were missing balls. Been very little wrong with both players' safety, just about the 90% either of them, 87 each. Good break-off as well there. It seems to have covered the red on the right. And the yellow's covering the 2 other reds, so it's a tough safety shot to play here for Neil.
Unless Neil will come down and have a look at the pack of reds, he'd be quite reluctant to hit these too hard, the pack, because there's always a chance of knocking one of those reds over the bottom right hand corner pocket. As you see, the red did come out, but he's been slightly fortunate there as the red has come out to block the potting angle for that particular red. And Max Selby has a half a chance. Long red to right corner. We'll probably have to deep screw the cue ball back into baulk. Oh, super shot. Super shot. Oh.
One.
Well, he deserved a little bit of luck there, Willie. He deserved to kiss that brown. And
Well, he looked up at the commentary box there, because we've been having a little chat this last couple of days, and I said, Mark, you've got to enjoy what you're doing out there. I know you're struggling a little bit, but enjoy it. And he had a little look at the commentary box there saying, well, wouldn't it have been lovely just to get that kiss on the brown?
Mark Selby 1.
That's not his best, though. I think Neil can get through to this red, can't he? Maybe not. Maybe a bit tight. What's this little glance up to the commentary box there saying, how unlucky was that? Now, can Neil get through to the potting angle? I don't think so. He's playing thin off it.
well, that's a mistake. And if the black goes, it could be a costly one. Max just had a quick glance at the black. The black definitely pots, so a little bit careless from Neil Robertson there. Wanted that cue ball tight on this top cushion. In it goes. Now, has he got a? Does he have an angle? If he doesn't have an angle to move the red, the black may spot on the brown spot, because I think the brown spot is available. Yes, pink spot is covered, so it goes on the highest available, which indeed is the brown. Would have loved to have a nice angle just to pot that black and move that red off the black spot and keep the black down this end of the table, but he's still okay.
Nine.
Pink won't spot on its own spot, so now the black spot opened up. Pink will stay in a black spot here, so decent chance the way the reds are spread here.
$15.
Yeah, just concentrate on the pink now for the next 5 or 6 reds. Oh, we've got a little kick there, took a little bit of pace out of
16.
it. If that cue ball comes through another 2 inches, you can play into the bunch. Just took, watch the white, just bounce a little bit. Just took a little, it probably took 2 inches of pace out of the white, which means now that cannon's not on, which you'd like to have played. You'll get another chance though.
$22. $23.
Well, he's got a choice of 2 reds here. That bottom red,
28.
the pack of 7 does pot.
Little surprise he's taking this one here, Ken. If he'd got the angle to nudge another red into play, I'd have thought that would have been the red. But he's going to have to play the cannon now, and this is not necessarily going to go. He should be okay. As long as he comes into the side of the pack, he'll be fine. Normally there's not a better player in the world at this particular shot than Mark Selby. Normally he gets a little bit more gear on them than that and screws the white past the pack, and he's still okay. Played a lot of those shots this week, Ken, hasn't he?
35.
Yeah, he's very, very, very good at that. And purposely didn't want the pink spot to become available, so that's why he maybe just took the pace off the cue ball a little bit, because he still wanted that pink on the black spot. If he had hit that cue ball any harder, the pink
36.
spot may have been opened up and put the pink out of commission. So it was a clever shot.
Yeah, good point, Ken. Never thought of that. That was good thinking.
$42. 43.
It looks like these two players are in excellent form, and you just cannot afford to miss anything easy. Neil Robertson played a very poor safety, which we'll get a chance to show you a little bit later on. And now then, has he got on one? At first glance, probably not. Just needed one more positional
49.
shot there. If he'd got on a red here, it would have been end of frame. He may have to play the long pot, the one that's nearest the baulk line.
Yes, and this, you'd have to say, is frame ball. So again, a bit of pressure on this long pot. He's been so far so good with these. Yeah, sometimes just that little
Mark
bit of
Selby,
added
49.
pressure, Willie. You know, he knew how important that red was. It was virtually frame ball.
Just took that extra second, didn't he? The extra backswing there. I think Neil's going to have to take one of these reds on. He can't afford to play a safety shot here. Either of the two reds, the one to the right of the blue or the one to the right of the pink. Just got to be a little concerned with the red on the left-hand side, that it isn't cannon into that. Oh, that's a reprieve for Mark Selby. I fancied Robertson to knock that one in.
Another pot you would have expected Mark Selby to get, and that's only because of the importance of that particular shot. The frame had it been over, he was home and dried. I'm sure that wouldn't have touched the sides, but a little bit of extra pressure. Sometimes you put a bit of unwanted side, or sometimes you hit them a little bit harder than you normally would.
One.
Nice, good pot, and he's on the blue nicely.
Yes, he'd have been a little bit of trouble if that cue ball had travelled another couple of inches. As it is, I think the only red he can play for is either the one behind the black spot or the one that's... I don't think the one at the back of the three pots, does it? Into the left-hand corner. We'll have a little look now for you. Doesn't look like it can, does it?
No, that doesn't pot. A couple of reds are lined up into that corner pocket, but they're quite a distance between the two reds for a possible plant. He's having a look at this red that's over near the left-hand side cushion, so maybe just pot this blue and take that red from mid-distance.
Six.
Robertson special needed here. He can't get onto the pink. it'd be helpful here to screw back and get on the black. If you can keep the white away from the cushion, he'll probably play for the black. Don't think you can get the white away from the cushion though. The white was going very close to the cushion there, you see. That's why
Neil
he
Robertson.
decided to play for
6.
the blue. So Mark Selby's been let off a couple of times in this frame. This is the first frame we've had balls missed. Just having a look at the cross double here. If he plays off the one on the right, it's not on, so he's probably playing the one behind the black spot. Having another look at that cross double though. If the cross double's not on, he's got to be careful he doesn't push that other red that's to the right of the black spot over the corner. And played it thin enough to make sure he didn't. You'd be thinking of putting a red safe somehow, Ken, wouldn't you, here, if you can?
Yes, and particularly with a 44-point lead, not a safe ball on the table. You'd like to have a little bit of insurance. Swinging this around off 4 cushions. And may even try to plant this red off the other red and into the corner pocket here. Missed the cannon on the other red, but good cue ball. That was an excellent safety shot. Good connection on the red. Excellent shot. Well, he couldn't have hit that much better. Got Mark Selby in a bit of trouble here. He's trying to swerve around the green. The second red up from the top cushion. Oh, that was close.
Foul. A miss.
Well,
Neil
that'll
Robertson 4.
certainly be put back.
Yeah, you got it, Leo.
Just has to have a look at it to make sure it's in the right place, because he knows the swerve is on.
All right, isn't it?
Thing is, Ken, when he plays this swerve, he's got a choice of hitting. If he doesn't hit the first red, he can hit the second.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. Well, if he was trying to hit the first red, missed it, and just missed the second red, it's close to the cushion by a fraction. But that's exactly what he's trying to play here. If he misses the first one, he'll get the second one. But excellent shot. Well played. Yeah, he'd be happy with that.
Yeah, it's very well thought out, wasn't it? Looked risky when he was playing the swerve until I realised what he was trying to do.
Just look at the reaction he gets on the cue ball here. Now, possible. It's a choice of shots. He can play a straightforward safety shot, but there is a possibility with his cue action and cue power, of course, that he could take this red on down the cushion. But he's not looking at it, so. Good pot. There's the cue ball. Oh.
One.
Could have been a little bit kinder to Mark Selby there. Excellent pot.
This game has been all about fractions, hasn't it? Another half an inch, nice easy blue into the corner. It's just finished betwixt and between. Looks like he's going to attempt the green here. 41 points in front.
I think
Not
he's
bound to get on a grid though,
no,
is he?
I think he's just gonna. I think he may.
Green ball.
He may put it safe. Well, I'm not quite sure. Well, he's going for it. It's a positive approach and an excellent shot.
Brilliant. Very good.
And it certainly sends out a statement to what sort of frame of mind Mark Selby is in. Very positive shot, and particularly with a 40-point lead at the time. That was a good shot. Now, a chance to win the frame from this. Okay. All four reds are pretty safe apart from this one.
Yeah, needs two reds, two colours, Ken. We can see this one disappearing, getting nicely on the pink, but does he have the angle just to drop on that red on the side cushion? It looks like he has.
It looks a little bit straight. Would have loved to have an angle, wouldn't he? Just to stun that pink in and get close to the red that's furthest away from the cushion on the left. But there you see the angle. Very straight. I'm not sure what he... Yeah, maybe just pot it and play good safety. Could attempt a double as well, but I'm not sure whether... Well, it looks like he may be attempting the double. It may be worth the risk. Yes,
11.
you can tell there just from where he put the cue whether he's going to attempt a double. It's worth the risk. 51 points ahead. He only needs the red.
Just leave the white safe, you mean, as well on the side cushion?
Yes.
Obviously a great pool
Selby.
player, which obviously
11.
pool players have to play a lot of doubles, and that's pretty good thinking there, because it couldn't leave anything at all. So he's strong favourite to win this third frame and take a 2-1 lead. Good safety shot that from Neil. Obviously Mark will be reluctant to move the red off the side cushion, and reluctant really to split those two reds, but can he get through to this one? It's tight, just a fraction of a swerve this time. Just watch the cue ball arc round the green and then arc round the blue. So he pushes out first, then goes the other way to play the swerve. Just gone over an hour's play, and the play has been very, very good. Safety superb, break building good.
Yes, opportunity for Neil Robertson. Take the red off the right-hand side cushion, bring it into open play, and try and get that cue ball up behind that big target of green, brown, and black. Oh, he's hit that very, very bad.
I think that's the worst safety shot he's played all week. Been very good, hasn't he, in the safety department, Ken?
Yeah, he'd be very disappointed with that. Chance for Mark Selby here. Just the red required.
Still not happy with kind of what, obviously, is in a position where he needs the one red. But when every time it's game ball, he seems to get up and down off the shot. But that won't worry him now. That's gone in.
One.
It's interesting to hear Stephen Hendry's comment yesterday, Ken, when he was playing one of these sessions in the UK, how he had in his mindset not 5-3, but 6-2.
Yeah. You could always, as Stephen would say, you could never win it in the first session, but you could certainly lose it. But he always loved to have a big lead going into the evening session. But I don't think that's going to happen in this match. I think it's going to be nip and tuck all the way, Will. I think this could go right down to the wire. Both players look to be in great form, and particularly Mark Selby. It was a vast improvement in his play this afternoon from what we've seen. He looks a lot more positive. If you see another excellent pot there, he looks a lot more positive, a lot more confident.
Getting through the long shots
14.
better as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not jabbing at them. Hello, Ronnie O'Sullivan, left-handed.
14 frame.
Well, Mark Selby made an early 49 off a poor safety shot from Neil Robertson. Vicky looks very pleased. Mark Selby takes a 2-1 lead.
But just looking about what's at stake here, were Neil Robertson to go on and win this, he would have won 9 world ranking titles, and that would put him 7th on the all-time list, along with the likes of Ding Junhui, John Parrott and Peter Ebdon, and he'd still be some 27 titles short of the tally amassed by a certain Stephen Hendry. So quite some way to go.
Yes, an interesting statistic there. Mike Selby. Conversion rate, Willie, 12 ranking finals. He's only won 3 of those. It's quite surprising. A long way away from that, wasn't he?
Yeah, pushed into it, didn't it, the cue ball? These cloths are so fine. When you're digging down on a ball like that to try and swing it round at pace, the side doesn't get time to move, and of course he just pushed straight into the ball.
Was a surprise. Pretty straightforward there. Not using any pace on the cue ball. Mike Selby out of his chair like a greyhound. Couldn't believe it.
One.
He's overrun the blue, but he's still okay. He's got it into this corner pocket. Now, will anything go into this right corner pocket? The red just to the right of the black, it does pot. But he's got to be very, very, very precise.
Six.
You can see that the black's available into this same pocket as the red, but you're going to have to get there. If the red's either side of the black, both pot into the left-hand corner, you may be able to dig down on this blue and get onto the reds in that pocket. But as you can see, he's coming around to see if there's anything available in the other corner. That bottom one's not available, so he may go into them here. There's a big gap, that little gap in between the two, the red just to the left of the pack and the pack. If he can get into that gap there, these will split nicely. Queuing down again, you see, he needs a little bit of stun to get there this time. He won't screw it in. I decided just to play the holding shot.
$12. Yep. 30.
Well, he's got a much better angle now, hasn't he? Cue ball not so close to that right middle pocket, so as you said, Willie, plenty of pace here. Screw into the pack of reds. Needs a bit of luck now. He's lost the cue ball. How's his luck? It looks okay. He's on this red into the right-hand corner pocket.
18.
Yeah, it's funny, I saw that shot a little bit slower than that, Ken, into that bunch then, but he was almost bound to nudge the black from one of the reds, but he is on the red, but he'll have to go up for the blue again. His pace has been very,
90.
very good in this match so far.
Yeah, nice little swerve. Wasn't on that full ball, just had to swerve it around the black, but as you said, the pace of the right hand side cushion to hold it for the blue. Perfect.
$24. $25.
He was a bit fortunate there. He didn't play on that red. He lost the cue ball, but managed to still be on it and pot it. Needs another good positional shot here. He's really got to get a nice angle, hasn't he, off one of these reds. Try and get on the blue and maybe bring that
27.
black into play at some stage.
In potting this red, he'll have a little bit more room for the one just below the pink spot there that'll pot in the left-hand corner, so he may not play
28.
it this time. But looking at the situation, there's that one more loose red. The one that's nearest the pink spot, he'll play probably for that one this time, as long as he gets a good angle, go up for the blue.
Well, I think as he was lining up down there, the black does pot into the bottom left-hand corner pocket. Now he has a chance to...
33.
Well, he's just going to concentrate on blues for the moment, just build up a nice lead.
It's going to be tough now. And Neil Robertson, Ken,
34.
amazingly enough in this UK Championship, has never been behind in any match going into the interval, so this could be the first time he's facing a deficit.
It's an unusual start, isn't it? And what an improvement we've seen. I know we've said it a few times, but what an improvement we've seen from Mark Selby here. A lot of mistakes against Ricky Walden.
Of course, Nova's retained the UK Championship since the great Stephen Hendry did it a number of years ago, but he's lost position here, and now he won't want to bring the black into play. That's unlike Mark Selby.
39.
If you thought that kiss was on, the joint he's got there, why not play to kiss those two into play? But that's the first misjudgment of pace, isn't it, Ken, from today?
Yeah, I'm sure he was trying to hold it, wasn't he, for the red, just to the right of the black spot, because, as we said, the black did pot into that left-hand corner pocket.
Mark
So-
Selby, 39.
Well, he's got a 39-point lead, but I'm disappointed he didn't win the frame from that position. And a chance for Neil Robertson to open things up here.
You can see the frustration there, Mark, and as he was sitting down, he chalked that cue very, very hard. He knew that was a good chance to win the frame at that visit, but he's going to get another one unless the brown comes to his rescue, and it hasn't. Once again, the same scenario. He's going to have to go for the blue, and he needs those reds are all in the way of one another. So top side of the blue and make something happen. Get into the reds. Let's see what happens. It's not hard enough.
1.
With the brown being off its spot, Ken, would you want to swing this round 2 cushions and try and bring reds into play?
Well, he's just coming down to have a look. I think the top red that's closest to the cue ball, that does pot, so maybe you can swing it around off 2 cushions and still get onto that red. The one just directly above the black. It looks a bit pacey, this.
No, I'd have definitely been playing into those there off 2 because it's a massive target. It was impossible to miss the target.
6.
Still okay. I think you can just about clip it in.
Seven.
Put his hand up to acknowledge a good kiss there because he was playing to go in and out of baulk. You can see the cue ball there. He was playing in between the green and brown and back out into play, but he's got nicely on the brown. We'll know now from this shot whether one of these reds are available. It looked to be pretty tight. Obviously the top one pots, and this looks to be just about right. Well done.
11.
Still probably needs 2 more reds. It's hard work, isn't it, this? He hasn't found the gap, has he?
14.
That was so close, wasn't it? Look at that. He's played the gap there for that back red, and I think it's just a fraction too far. Now, the safety is not easy. He may have to play the plant here, amazing enough. It's a very easy safety shot off the one next to the pink. But would he want to bring that red into play, Ken?
No, probably not. The only problem with this plant is there's quite a bit of distance between the 2 reds. But he may not have an alternative.
So reluctant to move it, isn't he?
Yeah, you can't blame him. But if he lays down onto any of these reds here, Neil will certainly bring that red into play. Maybe worth having a go at the plant.
But he still needs a colour. I can't see how he can get onto a colour.
Well, it looks like he's going to be forced into it. Taking this red off the right-hand side cushion, and that will bring in turn the pink into play as well.
I'd love to leave that red there, though, Ken, because it's impossible to play a safety shot off that red and get the cue ball back into baulk. You know, if Neil Robertson has to play it, I mean. And that's so much in his favour, that red being out of play.
I'm just wondering if he does play the plant. I know he can't get a colour, but if the plant goes, if the red goes in, at least he can put a colour safe up in baulk, and that will be an extra insurance, so it's worth having a go at this. Yeah, well played.
15.
Well, I say well played, but he's not on the colour.
He'd have loved to have been able to see the green, wouldn't he? That's what he was hoping to do, but just bounce it on and off the cushion to be able to see the green. Now, can he leave the white on this back cushion and get the black safe? Maybe play the black 2 cushions onto the top baulk cushion? That's what he's looking at now. He's looking at playing the black in between the blue and yellow and back in behind the brown spot area, tight on the cushion. If he screws back onto the cushion, it's going to be very difficult then for Neil Robertson to win this frame. It's difficult now, but with the black and pink out of play, very difficult. Now, how's the weight? Not very good. Needed that black right on the
Mark
back
Selby,
cushion.
50.
That's not very good for Mark.
There's a possibility trying to get that cue ball tight behind the black. There's a possibility of a pot as well, of course, into the green pocket, but the fact that he's come down towards the black, it is a big target, but I'm not quite sure where he's going to take that pot. Love to bring the red into play and the pink. They're close together. Just wondering whether it's worth having a go with this red, will he, into the green pocket, try and get up for blue, or even possibly the black.
The pace he would have to play it, Ken, would he almost kiss the pink there? That's probably what he's worried about.
Well, safety it is, and try and get that cue ball behind the black.
He's lost the safety exchange there, not getting the snooker, because Mark will have the insurance of 2 reds being safe. He's got a chance of getting another red safe here. He's a little bit concerned about pushing the red over the corner, playing one red onto the other, but at least he can guarantee getting a good white. Another good safety shot there, just pushed that red towards the cushion. So now he's gone massive favourite. He was obviously clear favourite before those last 2 or 3 shots. Be pretty pleased with the kiss, won't he, off the yellow? This is horrible. Probably play thin as you like, but then you'd be concerned about pushing the red over the corner pocket, the second red. Do very well not to leave a pot on here.
Well, have a look at this. And this wasn't... Well, he gets a round of applause, but he didn't play it like that. He caught the cushion first there, and that was rather fortunate. He's contemplating trying to bring pink and those two reds into play here. But it's very risky. Not sure where the reds are going to go. He may be taking a chance, screwing the cue ball back into bog, bringing, well, all three reds and pink into play here. But it's a very risky shot. Reds could come up and down the table and into bog as well. But he has to do something because he's going to need all these reds in open play, and to put any pressure on Mark Selby, try and get them into play. And that was the difficulty.
So just this red needed. Well played, Mark Selby. He's been pretty good in this first 4 frames. Dominated the safety exchange, dominated the break building. Robertson's going to be behind for the first time in this tournament.
Pink ball. Seven. Eight. 13. 14. 20. 21.
Well, that was a
26.
super positional shot. And this is good stuff for Mark Selby, no doubt about that.
28.
So Neil Robertson, there's a few things to ponder during the mid-session interval. First time that he'll be faced with being behind
31.
all this week.
$35.
And a much improved Mark Selby, there's no doubt about that. It's been a good start, these opening exchanges. He won't be bothered about
Mark
missing
Selby,
the blue.
35.
He'll be happy with his contribution so far as Mark Selby goes off to the mid-session interval. He leads Neil Robertson by 3 frames to 1.
Thank you. Frame 5. Mark Selby to break. Your cameras down, please.
Brendan Moore, our referee, just telling people to put the cameras down. And that's a pretty good break-off shot from Mark Selby. Looked very sharp at the start of this match. JV, 130 break. What a start that was.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting interview that Neil Robertson did yesterday when he said he lost in the final of the Masters because he'd watched Mark play during the tournament. He didn't expect him to play that well. Well, you don't judge a player like Mark Selby just by the way he's played in the tournament. You've just got to accept that you're going to have to play Mark Selby at his best. But I just got the feeling that Neil felt he took his eye off the ball in the Masters final. But 3-1 down, needs to make inroads.
Up at 94%. That's excellent. Another 4 frames to be played, and then the remainder starting at 7 o'clock this evening.
Yes, 10 is the target in this final. Best of 19. Little tap on the table you might have heard as we were looking at Neil Robertson from Mark Selby. He's just got to be careful. There's those 2 reds on the left-hand side of the table which are available, so needs a good cue ball here. Is it? This is a bit thin. He'll be lucky not to leave a pot on here.
Yeah, I think he's got away with it. Everything's covered into that left corner by the looks of things. So even though, as John said, hit it too thin, he's okay. The crowd started oohing and ahhing as that red went across the table. He almost cut it in. I think he was just playing a safety shot. I can't see how he can plant one onto that. And he can't get round the 2 reds to the left to come off the cushion to flick it in. And the only possible one he could plant onto it is the one that's on the black spot, and that would be too thin a contact.
At least if he played that, there's a chance he could get the cue ball back to where it is now, which, as we can see, is covering the red near the left corner.
How has that not dropped?
Crowd is having a laugh because Neil came to the table and Mark Selby was as eager as Neil to see whether he could get through. You could possibly see him playing a slight swerve and maybe potting this, but I could see him going in off as well if he did play the swerve.
Can he see enough of the one just to the right of the 3 there to send it over onto the 2 reds? Might be able to. Nearly.
But it's not going to be a good cue ball unless he's saved by the blue. I'm just looking at Neil Robertson's reaction and he's not happy with it. No, there's a gap. You can clearly see it.
You know, if he could hit the cushion first, I don't know if he can, just to the left of that, he would flick the other red out of the way. The way he's aiming, he's going to have to get some action onto it. Well, he nearly flicked the other one out of the way.
1.
But look where he's finished. Oh, what a spot to finish in there.
Well, he can hit the black. And that's all you'll say for it. And he'll have to just roll to the black. He tried to generate a lot of pace, but it was always going to be difficult. Well, Mark's asking, is it touching the red? It doesn't really matter. If the red moves, it's a foul anyway. That's why the referee doesn't call touching ball, because the ball on is a colour. As I say, I think he can just sneak through to hit the black.
Mark Selby 1.
There certainly wasn't much available to Mark there. He couldn't play off the left side of the black. He would have left a red for the right middle pocket. That's why he hit it full ball. Oh, where's the red going? Mind you, at
Mark
first
Selby
glance,
four.
I don't think he's left anything. He tried to screw back off that to make the plant. The black and red must have been a plant. He tried to screw straight onto the black there. But not a bad outcome. It's cost him 4 points, but everything looks reasonably safe. There's maybe one red to the right, but he'd have to find a gap back down the table if he takes that. And there's a lot of reds there to avoid.
Yeah, you could clearly see it was a plant, and because it was a plant, you've got to say that wasn't a very good shot from Neil. You know, he should have screwed back direct and made contact with the black. That's why he went in off. So a good long pot, but
One.
not on a colour. And this time, I don't think he can see one. Not to get through too directly. So as you say, Dennis, it's not cost Neil Robertson much, that 4 points away.
Yeah, there were so many balls in the way there to try and find a path back down the table. If he can get this right, he could land tight on the yellow. I think he can see enough of the cushion just to do that.
Yellow ball.
Well, I think he's going to swerve direct to it rather than come off the cushion, which will be okay.
Foul. And this. Mark Selby 1. Neil
Miscalled.
Robertson 4.
And Neil will have this put back, just looking at the table. He's having a good look at it, but I suppose he knows that Mark's going to get it right the next time, so he'll just play a safety shot from here.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any difficulty with the safety. And of course, if he plays a safety, gets a good safety and manages to get a snooker at the same time, he'd have Mark in all kinds of trouble. If he has it replaced, every chance that Mark will do better the next time and hit the yellow. I don't think he's quite covered the escape down the right-hand side of the table. That's what he was hoping to put out the equation, but I think he can just swing the cue ball round and play safe down the right-hand side of the table. If he couldn't, he'd be in a spot of bother here.
Well, that pocket is now cleared. There may be a red that will cut in past those two reds. You can get past the black to snick this in. Be a bit of a chance. Maybe he can't get past the black to the potting angle of the one I suggested. It's just a safety shot. 45 minutes almost since Neil's last pot.
A little bit shorter pace, leaving your opponent with his hand on the table and the possibility of a long pot. He's not what he was looking for.
He's always introduced as the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby, and a couple of weeks ago, John, I went to the funeral of one of our old buddies, the great Jackie Ray, who kept the game of snooker alive back in the 60s, passed away at 92 years of age, and he was the clown prince of snooker. Taught me an awful lot, and I know you also got a mention at the funeral, JV.
Mainly concerned with getting to the ball, Ken. Yes, he introduced a different way of playing snooker exhibitions, did Jackie Ray, and what a great character.
Yeah, his wife Betty was there. They'd been married for 55 years. A few of the players turned up. David Taylor was there. Joe Swale, just got back from China, was there. He really was one of the best exhibition players the game had ever seen.
That's the view you'd get if you were sat in the Barbican. Very close to this yellow. Just trying to get the snooker behind the blue. It's a good effort as he got it. It's the one on the right-hand side of the table he'd want to cover. Well, I don't think he can just come off it. He can't hit the left-hand side of that red, so it's no easy safety.
Yeah, at first glance he'd like to get to the red that's near the left corner pocket, but all the reds are blocking the escape route to land on that one. Looks as if he's just going to land on that one near the middle pocket. You can see where he's pointing his cue.
I don't think he's guaranteed to not leave a pot on, though, if he plays it off the baulk cushion and nestle on that red. He may leave a red to the right middle.
Yeah, I think if he just lands in behind it, he might just be okay, but he'd have to be very precise. Will it reach? It's a good line. It has reached. He's left the red that John mentioned to the middle pocket, but it's difficult to negotiate the cue ball round for a colour. The natural angle would take him into the red, you would feel, if he took that pot on. Yeah, if he plays it with pace, the white would head somewhere near that angle, so he wouldn't really avoid the reds. What was his problem there?
Yeah, good pot. Trusted a little bit to luck, he thought. On a good day, he may be on the black, but he's not. But it was a good solid pot, and it's the type of shot that will give you a bit of confidence, because there was pressure on it. As you can see, if the red doesn't go in, he'd have left the red for Mark. Imperative he gets his cue ball now tight to the baulk cushion.
Yeah, Robertson 1.
Well, at least he's covered the danger reds on the left-hand side of the table. He's got the safety shot on down the right-hand side. I don't think he can get to the red that's near the right-hand cushion, but it's one of those, particularly when you're close to the cushion. If it had been tight on the cushion, it would have been a little bit more difficult. But he's still got to be very accurate with this. If he catches it too thick, cue ball will struggle to go past the blue spot. If he catches it too thin, of course, that red near the right-hand cushion comes into play. So he's going to hit this one just right.
Well, he couldn't have caught it any better than that. Probably the best tactical player in the game at the moment, or certainly in the top 2 or 3. And that's the reason he's battling here, to see if he can get back to #1 in the world, but he'd have to win this final to achieve that. Is this a Neil Robertson special coming up? Almost. Now, where are those reds going to finish? And it's not bad. There's no easy opener, unless this cuts into the middle pocket.
Yeah, he was more or less forced into playing that pot. Just call it a fraction too full. This red does cut to the right middle. It's just all about controlling the cue ball.
Well, he hit that all wrong, because look where the cue ball's finished. So that's a bad mistake from Mark Selby, and it gives Neil Robertson a terrific chance here.
Yeah, it obviously played with a lot of right-hand side. It just pushed the cue ball in. That's why he caught the red too thick. Priority now for Neil Robertson is get the black on its spot as soon as possible. That's how you make big breaks.
One.
Could have done with just coming a little bit further across the table. Make the black slightly easier, but I don't know if he's cannon into the red on the cushion if he pots this. He doesn't want to cannon that and leave the white tight on the cushion. He's still got reds that will pot. He doesn't like the black. He's taking the blue instead. Well,
Neil Robertson.
slightly worrying times for Neil Robertson and his fans, because how often do we see him miss a shot like that?
Yeah, I mean, we expect him to pot the blue, but I can't believe he didn't fancy the black. All right, might have been a hard ball shot across the nap. But it was a good chance if he got that black on its spot. And immediately, Mark Selby's on the black, and this is a great chance to extend his lead.
That's an unusual stat, 25%. With a long pot success rate for Neil Robertson. One of the greatest potters we've ever had in the game.
8.
But he's under a little bit of pressure here, the fact he's 3-1 behind. We've seen Mark Selby miss that easy red in the middle, and Neil should have punished him for that, but it's Mark who's back at the table.
Nine.
And Neil, you don't see that very often, a little shake of the head. He's got one of the best temperaments in the game, but that little shake of the head tells you that. And he's given himself a bit of a telling off. I think he was saying there, I can't believe it.
$15.
And the problem is with this game, when you make that mistake, you've got to sit there and suffer. I mean, I suppose 9 out of 10 you expect him to pot the blue. But it's always funny, isn't it, Dennis? He didn't
21.
play for the blue, he played for the black. And the blue was a second thought. And it just puts a bit more pressure on you when you're playing a ball you didn't play for. And as I say, he's now got to sit there and suffer.
$26. $27.
Just two more easy reds available after this black. I suppose the one the right side of the table there is not too badly placed for a right-hander.
34. $35.
So his plan here will be black, red, black again, and then just drop in behind that red on the right.
Had a quick glance at the scoreboard. 42 ahead, 67 remaining.
42.
Still needs two reds, two colours. It's not a formality as such.
43.
Yeah, he'd want to leave this last red. If he could get anywhere in the circle there and leave a slight angle on that red, he could just drop it in and then he'd be nicely on the black. So round about there would be ideal if he can just drop the black in and get there. I didn't even see the other red up the other end of the table, Jeffy.
That's what took you off the tour, Dennis.
50. $51.
Right, I'll put that little circle up again. He'll try and pot the brown and get into the circle this time. He's 51 ahead. Well, he's just going to make sure. He's going to take the pink and make sure. $57 ahead with 51 on the table.
Mark Selby, 57.
An excellent 57 break. He capitalised on Neil's mistake. And he leads a snooker, a couple of snookers in fact.
Well, look at the average shot time. You could say that Mark Selby's making the run in here in more ways than one. 32 seconds per shot for Neil Robertson average, which is very slow for him. Nice 130 in the opening frame from Mark Selby. Neil's high is 63, but looking at those shot times, he's not been getting in that often.
Yeah, he took the chance to bring the black into play. The only problem is he's left the red on.
Well, there you see percentage time. 62% of the table time has gone to Mark Selby. 38% to Neil Robertson. Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Neil Robertson, 4.
I don't think he's too bothered The white disappearing there. He's got a red off the table. There's 53 the difference. So it didn't really cost a great deal. The white going in there. He got rid of one of the reds.
That was a better pot. Is it too little, too late? Now the idea here is pot the black, leave the red where it is, stun the red up the table, get the snooker behind the black. And strange as it may seem, at the moment, he's looking for quite a few snookers. When he pots this black, there'll only be 35 remaining. And he'll be 45 points behind. But one snooker, and if he was to get a free ball, that one snooker would be enough.
8.
Yeah, at the moment he needs 3 4-point snookers.
Neil Robertson, 8.
He's got in behind the black, but he wanted to be directly behind the black and it would have blocked this escape route off. Just below the middle pocket, 2 cushions, and hit the red. He's pretty good at getting out of snookers.
Foul.
All commentators curse.
I didn't see it move. I didn't see it move.
Ooh, all right.
Neil Robertson, 4.
Mark thinks the red moved. He's asked the referee. The referee said, I didn't see it move. So let's us have a closer look. This is not privy to the players out there. I didn't see it move. Boy, it was close. Have another look.
Yeah, it didn't look as if it moved.
Thanks for that, remember that one.
He has a little smile round at the referee and the recorder.
Boy, dear me, how close was that? But I didn't see it move.
Yeah, I think our referee, Brendan Moore, called it right there. I mean, he hasn't got the view we have. Well, how could you tell?
Well, what I'm looking at is the overhead lights that are reflecting on the red, and they don't move, so they didn't seem to appear. So if they didn't move, surely the red didn't move. Just look at the reflection of the lights. They don't move. If the red had moved, they'd have slightly moved, but it probably doesn't matter because it looks as though this red's going to be left on. Or is it? Well, could play the cut. No reason why not to. You can play a cut on something like this, and even if you missed it on the way up, you'd hit it on the way back because you're coming at it from an angle. And you just play to hit the red as thin as you can, and he knows if it goes in, that's end of frame. And as I say, if you just missed it on the way up, you're bound to hit it on the way back.
That's going to pull up in time. It's not going to reach the pocket. I mean, the yellow, brown and blue are in a pretty good position for snookers. Not easy to get a snooker when you're faced with one. You got the perfect picture of him playing this with lots of side, little bit of swerve to hit the cushion, and then the red. Well, he's gone around the back of it, and he looks round
Mark Selby, 5.
to Mark Selby and the referee. Neil Robertson concedes the frame, and Mark Selby goes marching on. He now leads by 4 frames to 1.
He really is a tough customer to play against.
He sure is, and he's proving it now. 4-1 up. This is dangerous time for the number one in the world, Neil Robertson.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with John and Stephen more. He's just such a tough competitor, Mark Selby. I think all week we've been saying he's not playing that well, and I don't know whether Neil has taken that on board and he thinks, well, he's coming into this match feeling very confident that he was going to get the better of Mark, but that first frame will have come a little bit of a shock to him, Mark getting the 130. But as I said last evening, Dennis, as we watched that poor safety shot from Mark, which he may be lucky and got away with, is the fact that he's one of them players that if he's playing bad, he doesn't let it affect him. He'll just dig in and find a way. A lot of people can't do that. They either play well or they play bad. There's no in between.
I'm not sure if he can get past the brown to clip the reds. He'd like to. He's having a long, hard look at it. He might have to play it with a little bit of side. Just to swing it round that brown, just to trace aside. Well judged. If it hits the green though, well, it's clipped off the green. I thought he was going to leave a possible pot to the right corner, but now that he's clipped off the green, that's the one that Neil possibly could have taken on if he had been able to see it. So good safety required here. Yeah, it's a bit like back in the 80s, you're playing Steve Davis. You had to sort of play his sort of game. You had to play some very good tactical play, good telling safety shots to get a chance. Otherwise, you just play out of the game. And, you know, Mark Selby's that type of player. He's got such a good tactical game, but you can't suddenly just, as the boys were saying, you can't just throw your cue at something and be reckless. Otherwise, he'll just walk all over you.
Well, absolutely. You open the balls up and they get in, they score very heavily. I agree with Stephen, though, and I said at the time when he played the blue, I think he should have played the black. All right, he may not have fancied it was a bit tricky, but if he'd have potted that black gun on his spot, he had a frame-winning chance, Neil Robertson, in the last. So there's a chance of a pot here. I'm not certain about directing the cue ball round the path to get back on a colour. He wouldn't want to risk playing this with a lot of check side, but he needs this pot. No, he played it with check side. If you see the cue ball, the way it come off the cushion, a bit of luck, bit of luck. Not quite.
Yeah, John mentioned it's so much right-hand side. White would normally have gone in the bunch. Look at the angle it took off and almost fluked it. Well, what a little flick that is. He can now pot the brown and he can get up to the reds. It's amazing. When you're playing well, you always get the run of the ball. If you're struggling, you don't get those little flicks. So one good positional shot, and he could be up in around the black spot area. Black's only available into the left corner. The pink looks as if it's potable. So it's not a bad chance.
Six.
Just passing the 2-hour mark. Didn't have the right angle on the pink to stay close to the reds. He'd like to have been straighter on this red, then he could have rolled
12.
it in and played for the black in the opposite corner, but I don't think that's an option. So it'll be back up for the blue. He's having a look at the black. I don't know whether he can get position on the black. He'd love to. He'd love to get the black on its spot. But I think he's going up for the blue. Well, that's okay as long as you get the good angle. Now, has he? He stopped, he's looked. Well, he may just have a fraction of an angle. That's all he'll need, because there's reds available into the left corner. Just enough angle.
Now, how is he on the red here? Looks pretty good. Got a nice angle to get the black. Took his eye off the pot. It happens even to
18.
the greatest players in the game. He concentrated on the cannon, but has he been lucky again? As we show you, he was concentrating so much on the cannon, took his eye off the pot, but how lucky was he there? Because it was an easy starter for Neil, and the red he missed has blocked the pocket, so he's certainly having a good run of the ball at the moment.
Yes, and that will just make Neil more and more frustrated. So your opponent miss when he's in, that's usually when your best chances come. And to think he could have got away with it.
Wow.
Air of desperation for me, Dennis, if he plays this plant.
Well, no, I think the reason he's going to take the plant on is he can leave the white on this cushion here, and he may not necessarily leave it, so he thought about it. He's now back looking at the safety shot. I don't think it's a bad choice, this, because the only red he could leave would be one of the reds. Now he's planting one onto the other. He's going to leave the white near the cushion. If it goes in, he's on the black. Well played.
One.
Well, Stephen Hendry was saying that Neil's got to make something happen. Could that be that something he was talking about just there?
Yeah, not the best angle on this black. He's just having a look to see if anything's available into the opposite corner. He's looking at the red that's closest to the black now. Will it pass the black when the black's respotted? You wouldn't be certain. Well, he thinks it does.
Eight.
It does. So he's got to make the most of this opportunity.
Nine.
Great angle to bring reds into play. A little triangle of reds. Playing it with lots of bottom. And can you get your breath?
Neil
He's
Robertson.
done exactly the same thing that Mark Selby did. Took his eye off the pot. Worrying times for Neil Robertson. And as John Parrott was saying in the studio, A couple more frames from Mark Selby, and this match could slip away from the world number one.
Five.
There's the black, playing the cannon, but no excuse for missing the black like that. And amazingly enough, this is how the game has gone against him, or the way that it's being dictated by Mark Selby. That was Neil Robertson's first attempt at a black off the spot in this match so far. Amazing stat, that. Which just tells you he's not been getting in early.
$11.
Yeah, it's amazing sometimes you can play matches and you can have played 6, 7 frames and you never get in around the pink or black spot. It just sometimes works out like that and you wonder what's going on. I just cannot get in around the high scoring part of the table. And that's what's happening, Neil, at the moment. Big difference in points there, isn't it? 391 against 118.
Thanks.
This will bring the black back onto its spot, and
12.
one of those 6 reds will be available, you would think, into the left corner. Just coming around to have a look. Yeah, I think the one in the circle goes into the left corner. The other 3 may be covering each other. Well, maybe that red didn't pot into the left corner. He tried to develop and from the black, but it hasn't worked out.
19.
Yeah, that red definitely mustn't have potted. There's no way he would have played that shot if it had been available. It's the thin snick, the one he's looking at near the cushion. But that's his choice. He's growing in confidence. He's the man from Leicester. He really is.
It was quite interesting when he was on that red. I saw Neil Robertson get his cloth, wipe his hands. He thought he was going to get back to the table pretty quick, but didn't happen. That red going in, still with a chance to win the frame at this visit now is Mark. Didn't want to be hampered by the pink. He's played it okay.
22.
Neil's one of these players that always likes to see what's going on the table. Some players tend to not want to get too involved when their opponent's at the table. Well, that could have worked better. Might have an angle. There's one red. The one to the left of the white is available. Now, has he got an angle to screw across and leave that on? Yeah, he can do it.
$29. 30.
So he's not on the black, but he's got second prize. He's got the pink to the far left corner. A little bit more pressure on this. 39 points the lead at the moment with 59 left. That was the one. Now, does that pink run across? It won't reach.
Mark
So here's
Selby,
your
30.
chance, Neil Robertson. Here's your chance. He comes to the table, 39 points behind, 59 available.
One.
It's not a straight run to the winning post with the green up near the cushion there.
8.
I'm surprised Mark Selby hit the pink so hard. He really did. Give it a good old belt.
9.
This was the shot here, and you know, so difficult for the pocket to accept it at that pace. Could be a big turning point in this final.
He's not played that well.
60.
Okay, the red's easy enough, and he go up for the blue, but he should have been on this red, so he could have played for the black. Under pressure, you want everything to be simple. Don't want that cue ball running loose.
$17.
And he's not recovered the situation. Wrong side of the blue. Good positional shot needed.
Well, in the previous frame, we've seen him miss a medium length pot on the blue, one he would knock in 9 out of 10.
22.
Left himself a medium length pot here. Key shot coming up. Mark Selby knows that if he pots the black and gets a good angle on the yellow, he can get on that green. Needs to pull up. Needs to pull up. And it hasn't. Now,
30.
I don't know if he's got enough angle to get all the way around the angles here. It's maybe too thin to do that.
It just shows you, though, doesn't it? He potted the black, he was short. Okay, he left himself the medium length pot on the red, which he knocked in nicely, but you just felt then that he was maybe a bit of tension in the arm because he'd run out of position. Straightforward black to play for one of those two reds. Hit it too slow, and that one, too much pace. So he's feeling it out there. He's got to dig deep now.
If he pots this and gets all the way around the angles onto the green, it'll be one of the best shots of the championship because it's so thin, this. It was so difficult to get anywhere near the green.
30.
And this is quite a thin snick. And what a scenario if he takes this thin cut on. He's got to come up the table towards the black and then back down the table. But if there's anyone can pull a shot like this off, it's Mark Selby. He knows his way around the table, well, better than most players. It's a thin snick. If he takes it on, he's got to miss the brown. And he's got to miss the blue. He's got to miss the pink. Is he taking it on? I think he is. Well,
2.
he didn't even get past the brown, so it was always going to be a problem. Very tense 6th frame this, but it's so important. 5-1 behind, or maybe just 2.
Mark Selby 2.
Well, that's pretty good, really.
Yeah, he was always going to have a good cue ball. I just feel from a state of mind for Neil Robertson, he needs to win this frame. This is a big frame. He's missed a golden opportunity. He knows it. And the only way he's going to get something out of the frame, for me, is to win it.
Well, he's thinking about the pot, and I mean, he's tucked up on the cushion. We've seen him knock in some fabulous pots, but he's looked at the angle. Is he still going to go for it, or is it the safety? He went for it. Now, where's the green going to finish? It's a long green, and he's got very little to do to get himself onto the brown.
11 points in front. So he'll need green, brown and blue. But the green, you feel, would be the frame winner. Automatically going to be on the brown if the green goes in. And what a body blow this will be for Neil Robertson.
Well, Vicky enjoyed that little puff of the cheeks there. She knew the importance of that green. But he didn't hit it hard. He stroked it beautifully.
So this is definitely one that's got away for Neil Robertson. As I said at the time, one he needed.
12.
So it's going to be a 4-frame deficit. Still 2 more frames to be played in this session.
18.
But
Frame.
Mark Selby really is in the ascendancy. The defending champion is now 4 frames in front, 5-1.
Take your seats, please. Mark Selby to break.
So 2 more frames to be played in this session. The last session will start at 7 o'clock this evening. And the world #1, Neil Robertson, well, he definitely needs at least one of these 2. He could do with them both. (6-2). You're still well in the match. But 7-1, what a mountain to climb. It's the first to 10. As we take you around the back of the audience here. You can see our cameramen in the distance there that give you all those wonderful pictures at home. That's opened the reds up, but he's cannon the yellow. Now can he get through to the one for the right corner? There you see it.
Yeah, quite an interesting choice of safety there from Mark Selby. Maybe feels that Neil's struggling a little bit, so it's a very aggressive safety.
Thanks.
But it's not safe, but he's not certain to be on a colour here. He needs a good shot. But these reds are spread, so must pot red. Must pot red. The way the balls are, and that's why Mark Selby played the aggressive safety. He just feels at the moment he's got Neil Robertson and a chance to press home his advantage here. Good opportunity.
Well, Neil knows that the pink's out of commission and the black's safe, so he knows that it's not a chance really for Mark Selby. The reds that are available just to the right of the black, can't really get on a colour. 91%. He just slipped slightly, Mark. He was up at 94%, but look at Neil Robertson, 79%. You don't see that very often from the Australian. Back looking at these reds that are to the right of the black. And he's striking down a little bit, so makes the pot more difficult. Where's the cue ball going to finish? I'm not sure about that choice of shot.
Well, that's a let-off for Neil Robertson. Yeah, I thought he could hit the other red, but obviously he couldn't. So it wasn't as good a chance as I thought. He needs to dig deep now, the Australian. They're usually pretty good at it.
One.
No, he hasn't pushed that red too far. He should be okay. If he could somehow get an angle on the blue and then pot the blue and play a cannon on the pink, he could open things up. Because he'd be guaranteed to be on a red to either middle pocket. So a delicate little cannon here just onto the pink. It's got to be the order of the day, and it could really give him a chance. It's the one. Wow. He's still okay. He wanted a fuller contact, but he's still got reds to the right
12.
middle. The fact that he didn't hit the pink full ball, it's still tied up there. He could do with a frame-winning effort here just to get his confidence back again. Well, once again, he needs an angle on the blue after potting this red.
19.
And he hasn't quite got that. Better angle. He's still okay, but another little cannon on the pink would have opened things up again. But he's got loose reds. But at the moment, he'll have to stay on the blue. Don't think the pink goes into the left corner. But listen, there's nothing wrong with keep taking reds and blues.
24.
That pink's very tight. If you had the white where that red is towards the middle pocket, it would go. But reds and blues
25
will do nicely. All he's thinking about now is, do I just stick with the reds and blues, or do I try and get that pink into play? It's just how he feels. Not the best
30.
there. It's now awkward to get back to the blue.
Yeah, I don't know whether he'll risk playing for the black along the top cushion. If he played for the black into the right corner, that red just above the top cushion, he could play on that red. If he tries to get back up for the blue, it could go wrong, but it looks as though he is. But as I say, it could go wrong.
31.
Don't want to risk playing for the black. So, probably an easier blue than the one he missed in the last frame, or the frame before, because he's got the cue ball, the blue and the pocket all in line. You'd expect him to get it. And nicely in. But he's not out of the woods just yet, because the red is on.
36.
The one to the right middle wouldn't give him a good angle on the blue. I don't think he can pot the one to the right corner. So having to leave
37.
himself a long blue again. And this one is a little similar. Well, it's probably just a bit straighter, so you'd expect him to pot it, but there's pressure on these. Well, after slotting those two in, you wonder how he missed that one in the other frame, but as we said at the time, it wasn't his first
42.
choice. He played for the black and finished up playing for the blue. It's just a different mindset. He played for the blue there, both times.
.43.
He's done well here, and he keeps getting the correct side of the blue. There you can see it. He's already had 7 blues. This will be his 8th, but there's nothing wrong with winning a frame just by taking reds and blues. If you keep potting balls, no matter what value they are, you will win the frame.
48.
We used to have the great amateur Ronnie Gross, who always used to say, pot all the balls, you're bound to win. But winning a frame, just potting blues, is difficult, because every time you've got to get that good angle on the blue. He hasn't all the time. That's why he's played some good pots into the far corner pockets.
Thanks.
Wrong side of the blue this time.
49.
So he's going to have to play a good shot here. Well, plenty of cue power as Neil, but if you're going to be the wrong side, you want to be well the wrong side. So you've sort of got a half ball pot on the blue. This is a 3/4 ball pot. He's going to have to force the cue ball in and out of balk.
You see, they're all sort of covering each other into the right corner pocket. It helps slightly that the yellow's off its spot. Because the white has virtually gone over the yellow spot there now. Does this red at the back of the pink go? He did have a look at it. He's not many
54.
pots away from winning this frame that he badly needs. But that looks a little bit tight, but Neil's directly behind it. Must pot. Nope,
Wow.
he's hit the
Yeah.
pink.
Neil Robertson, 54.
Yeah, he still potted the
Mark
red, but the
Selby,
pink
6.
did move. We knew it was going to be tight, and the pink just moved first. We can show you it again.
I'll tell you what that also shows you. Sometimes our players can convince themselves they can pot a ball. It didn't look as though he could pot that pink to me, pot the red to me. but he's not being punished. OK, Neil has not got a pot on, but he's got a 48-point lead. 67 remaining, but it could have been a lot worse. I'd like that brown to have gone tight against the cushion. He's got a few insurance policies. He's got the yellow, he's got the red on the right-hand side of the table, and now those two reds near the top cushion tied up. He's a big favourite for this frame, but he'll be taking nothing for granted. Well, he's got a good cue ball. There's no way Neil will want to disturb those two reds near the top cushion. If he wasn't tight against this top cushion, he may play the pot to the far right corner, but it's very risky, cue ball being under the cushion as it is. But is there a good safety? There you see it, 48 ahead, 67 remaining. Mark Selby, should he get an opportunity, needs all the remaining balls. Neil Robertson's just looking for a couple of reds, couple of colours.
Well, he tried a very difficult one into the middle pocket, but the red has gone safe next to the brown. The other red, well, not quite on the cushion. An easy opener for Mark Selby. He's just looking there to see if he could pot this red and cannon that red that I mentioned. It's just on the balk line because the brown's over the pocket. This would bring that red into play. He'd be guaranteed position. And that's what he's done. And he might just have an angle to pot the brown and develop the two reds that are up to the right of the black spot area. It looks a natural. Now, can he create that angle and bring the reds into play? Not quite, but that was a chance there.
5.
Well, what a pot. You could see right down his cue there. You could see that lovely pause there before he delivered the cue. That is one of the key factors to a good cue action. That pause before you deliver the cue, and he delivered it perfectly there.
We'll try to develop the awkward red on left-hand side of the table.
11.
When he came to the table, you just thought if he gets 20 points off this situation, he'll have done well, because the way the reds were, the way the colours are. He's never going to win this frame in one visit. But this is what he'll do now, Mark Selby. He'll use all his tactical nous to try and create chances. He may need another 2 or 3 chances to win this frame, but he'll give himself an opportunity.
Mark Selby, 11.
Neil would need a red and a pink to leave Mark needing a snooker.
I'm sure if Mark could get the red safe, he'll play safe off the two reds together along the top cushion. He'd like them in play. But of course, if he plays safe off them, he's going to be wary he doesn't leave the red available to the left corner.
Well, he's looking to see if he could possibly make them into a plant, but I don't think they're in a direct line, as you can see there.
Well, he doesn't really fancy moving them, so he's thinking of an alternative safety, but as I say, very good tactician is Mark Selby. Well, a very good tactician. That is as bad a safety shot as he could have played. His opponent needs a red and a colour. Wrong shot, bad shot.
One.
Now he has an angle on the green here if he wants to. He's had a quick look at the scoreboard. The blue to reds is much more difficult. 38 the difference. If he pots the blue, Mark Selby, well, he could still tie, so maybe he'll make sure of the blue and then just play a safety shot. If it was the other way around and Mark Selby was at the table, he'd take the green and move the reds.
Yeah, suppose he feels a little bit of insurance that the black is up the other end of the table. There you see it, 43 ahead, 43
6.
remaining.
Neil Robertson, 6.
Well, he's covered the red to the left corner, and there's not much of a gap between brown and blue. There you go, the danger red is covered by the pink. So Neil Robertson should win this frame. He's looking to play cushion first, but even if he pots it, the red, he'll need the black.
He should be able to sneak this red in that's to the right of the blue. Brendan Moore from Sheffield. He lives only a few minutes walk from the Crucible Theatre. This is his second UK Championship final. Great referee, Bren. A very nice lad as well. Where's the cue ball? It's in the pocket.
Mark Selby, 4.
Yeah, he won't be bothered about that. I think he probably half saw the in off the brown, but the red was the important thing, knocking it in. Because that red now means he's 39 points in front with 35 remaining. Mark Selby needs a snooker.
Just the one snooker to be able to tie. And I've seen Mark Selby in the past win frames where he's needed 3 and 4 snookers. If anyone can get snookers, it's this fella. He knows his way around the table so well. He's dropped his chalk now, so.
That's one of the few pockets he's missed today.
Not a bad effort, but there is a gap there. Had that red have pulled up a bit shorter, he would have sent the red onto the yellow to bring it into play, and that would have helped Mark, but it's not the angle to do that. Yeah, now that the red has bounced, Neil might just be able to snick this one in. One good long pot and the frame will be safe.
One.
It was a must-win frame for Neil Robertson.
Five.
Mark just
Neil
looks at the
Robertson, five,
referee.
and the frame.
He concedes. And the Australian world #1, well, he badly needed that frame. He's taken it, but he's still got a long way back. He's 5-2 behind.
Good.
He has, and this 8th frame is a key one in the overall context of this match.
Yeah, last frame of this first session. And just picking up on what we were saying about being knocked out of your rhythm, the average frame time at the moment is just over 23 minutes. Now that, in the modern day, is pedestrian. And I don't know whether Neil Robertson prefers that, but when we look at shot time, he's slower than Mark anyway.
Well, what a result Mark has had there. Once he took that difficult pot on and cannoned into other balls. Have a look at this here. He's hit the red, he's hit the white, he's got it back up the table. Boy, that doesn't half help when you get a bit of run like that. Especially in the last frame. There's the average shot time there. Getting closer. Of course, there's a possible 11 frames to be played this evening. It's the first to 10. And with Stephen Hendry, 6-2 down would be a long way back. But with it being first to 10, it can be done. But 5-3, it's anyone's final.
Yeah, poor safety shot from Neil Robertson catching the yellow football, and he's left a plant on here. And possibility of getting position on the black. It's not a difficult plant. Well, he'd be disappointed to have missed it. Played it with an element of safety. Didn't fully commit to the plant and play for the black, which made the plant missable. So although we saying how important this frame is to Neil Robertson, I think also when you get these last frames, when you're trying to build up a 4-frame advantage for the final session, Dennis, there's pressure on the man in front as well, isn't there? Mark knows the importance of this.
Yeah, it could mean we could have a little tense final frame to this session. Target now is to try and play as if you were trying to get a cannon onto the yellow. Because where the bulk colors are, there's not that many to get in behind. They're off their spots, the yellow and green. So as I say, if you did cannon the yellow, you'd be guaranteed a snooker. Now, what has he spotted here? Can he? That's just a safety, but as I say, the yellow is his target.
Another average safety, catching a baulk colour full in the face. That's every professional snooker's dread, really. And just looking at the way these frames have gone, and we mentioned about the average frame time, when you consider they're coming back at 7 o'clock tonight, there's not going to be much of a turnaround, is there?
Big shot he's taking on here. Lots of screw. And that's knocked the blue off its spot, but he's left a chance. But while the blue's in a nice potable position and the black is free, well, we said there might be a little bit of tension, even though he's leading 5-2. As you said, John, he's thinking, if I could get a 4-frame advantage, wouldn't that be good? Straight away, getting onto the black. He looks to be a bit straight on it. And there you see it. I mean, he could run through and try and develop those 2 reds, but he may elect to do that. But sometimes that cannon doesn't always work out for you. That's why he's looking for an alternate. There may not be one. He might have to play the cannon on the 2 reds. You can see he's got a slight angle, and he's trying to work out where they will finish. And now he's changed his mind. He's screwing back. Didn't want to risk the run through to develop the 2 reds.
8.
Yeah, he didn't play that very well. Bit of pressure on this pot. He's going to be smashing through the other reds. Needs to get it. Well, he did, Don, and that was an excellent shot. Now, where's that? Oh, I thought that red was going to kiss
9.
the cue ball. He's got the blues. Just got to find the gap, you feel, between the green, brown and yellow to get the cue ball back to this end of the table. But he'd be pleased with that outcome, because running into the reds as he did, he could have stuck there. And that red, I was wondering whether he's going to hit the white and knock it in the middle. But he's okay. Just got to find this gap. Just flicked the yellow, but it's not affected the positional side of the shot. And that looks inch perfect. Well played.
14.
Yeah, one of Neil Robertson's great strengths is his temperament, and he showed that against Stuart Bingham. 8-3 in front. Stuart Bingham comes storming back to level at 8 all, and then Neil held himself together in that decider. And it's gone a little bit close to that red. Didn't quite get the cannon as
22.
he wanted. Should just be okay. You have to play up for the blue. The funny little shots when you're so close to the object ball. He's held it for the black.
Well, if he's going to play a cannon on those 3 reds immediately above the black, the 2 reds immediately above, he's going to have to play this with a trace aside. That makes this black missable. But that's what he's played for. He didn't want to risk going up for the blue, so... Well, he decided to screw round for the red on the other side, so he played it with right-hand side, but at least he was playing it with a bit more pace. That was an excellent shot. Seems to have a little bit more purpose
31.
about him in this frame. Of course, it's the last frame of this session, and if he could get out 5-3, he'll be very pleased, having been, well, 4-1 behind, 5-1 behind. It looked as though it was running away from him. Just managed to win the last frame, but it was a bit of a struggle. If he could win this, 2 frames behind going into the evening session, he'd have to be pleased.
$38.
Just okay. For a split second, I thought that white was just going to slip past that red and snooker himself. But as you can see there, he can still get to the potting angle. Needs the spider, though, to get him over the pink.
Excellent. 39.
Couple more reds available. Well, I think he's showing us now why he is the world number 1.
46.
Well, did he get down and play for the red, thinking that it would go, and now it doesn't pass the black? Well, what an error that could be. I can't believe that. Let's have a look.
Well, the thing was, the black was on the spot, and the red definitely went. So it was either wasn't spotted the time. Anyway, it goes now. So you are entitled. You are entitled to ask the referee to re-spot it.
Yeah, we don't have spots. It's a little cross, this there, and it's got to go right in the middle of the cross.
Yeah, but this table will have been recovered for this final, so there shouldn't be an indentation there. But the red goes now. It went before.
47.
This is the last of the loose reds, and looking at the angle there with the little cross, you could just see
54.
he will screw up. Well, the pink looks as if it's available. But he'll still need a cannon to secure this final frame of this session.
55.
Unless this red goes to the right corner. If that's the case, he's coming around to have a look. If it goes, he's fine. Yep. Looks as if he's okay. The one to the right of the reds is available.
So there you see it, 61 ahead, 83 remaining. 2 reds, 2 colours.
61.
Should be enough.
62.
Good time to make your highest break in the final, isn't it? And the fact he's only going to be 2 frames behind. We've got a great evening, and I'm
69.
sure Alison will be looking forward to this evening as well. Still getting over the jet lag from that long journey from Melbourne. There's his mother there, Alison.
70.
So 70 points the lead now, and this black to follow. That'll put him 77 points in front with just 67 remaining. That should do it. There you see it. 3 snookers required. And as I say, there won't be much of a turnaround. It's gone a little bit pedestrian, this final. They've got to be back for 7 o'clock, and they always like to have 20 minutes on the practice table, so there'll be no time to go back to the hotel and get your head down, you wouldn't have thought. Just maybe go back, have a shower just to freshen yourself up, and then it'll be back into the game. So it's going to be a test of endurance this evening. But it could be a great match. Does that drop? It does. That means that Mark Selby will not be coming back to the table.
Well, not until 7 o'clock anyway, JV.
This match started off with a tremendous break of 130 by Mark Selby.
85.
Can Neil finish with a century in the last frame of the session? Now, oh, well.
86.
How did that go in?
Oh, it's a little awkward, but I'll show you this one along the cushion. It's just the pace. Any harder, it would have stayed
93.
out. Now, can we get that century to finish the session off? That would be a bit special. Bit of a spring in the Australian step all of a sudden. As John Parrott was saying, he's got that chest puffed out again. It really is a superb display in this final frame.
Yeah, and a good blue. I don't think he's missed a blue since he missed that one in the yellow pocket
99.
a few frames ago, which cost him the frame. This for the century. Well played. Very well played indeed, Neil Robertson. There were times during this first session of this match you were getting a little bit concerned whether he was getting frustrated or whatever. But he'll be pleased. He'll be very pleased to come into the final session this evening.
107.
Just 2 behind.
He wants to pot a lot here to finish off with.
108.
Pink will get him up to the yellow.
Just needed to be a little bit harder. It's a tough shot, the yellow, and to
140.
retain position on the green. Not going to be easy.
Beautiful, beautiful shot.
160.
Well,
190.
can't wait for 7 o'clock, John. I think this could turn into an absolutely
120.
cracking final.
Yeah, well, we all thought it was going to be a close call, and there was times, as I say, in this first session, it looked as though Mark Selby had the opportunity to run away with it, as he
Neil Robertson,
doesn't beat Mark
123.
Selby's high break of the session. But a shake hands, see you in just over an hour probably in the practice table. But Mark Selby may be a little bit disappointed. Neil Robertson should be pleased. He's only 2 behind. Can't wait for tonight. Game on.
Thank you. The 9th frame. Mark Selby to break.
Off we go then for the final session in this year's WilliamHill.com UK Championship. snookered on all reds, but won't be too difficult to just land in the bunch. And there you see it, just over 3 hours of fascinating snooker. Great 2 last frames from the Australian world #1 at 5-1 down. It wasn't looking good, but you always knew he was going to make a comeback. And this first frame, Willie, very important.
Especially having lost the opening, the final 2 frames of the afternoon session. I mean, obviously, if Mark wins this one, he'll relax again. If he loses this one and goes, having lost the previous 2 frames as well, to lose 3, he'll start to get a bit worried. And it's nice to see Mark enjoying it again. He's not been his normal self for the latter part of this season. I'm so pleased he's got the smile on his face again.
Well, the way he joked with the crowd at the end of that magnificent 1-4-7 that he made, potting the last 3 or 4 colours, he was having a little bit of fun with the crowd. You see those 2 high breaks, 130, 123. So it's Mark that's making the audience laugh at the moment.
Neil will be thinking it's you, Dennis.
Now, he did say when he played Stuart Bingham in the deciding frame that I was getting excited in the commentary box, but that's what I'm here. I love the game. I want to get excited.
Well, we both. I mean, he played a black in the final frame that we thought he'd missed, and you know, you kind of jumped out your seat thinking he'd missed it, and it dropped in. But it was such a fabulous match, undoubtedly the match of the tournament.
Well, this one here might be the match of the tournament if he can get a couple of frames and draw level. His tactical game has improved so much, Neil Robertson, and he's up against probably the best tactician in the game at the moment, but Neil has improved in that department.
Still enough room just to creep in behind the green, so that's what we'll be trying to do here. It's very, very thin. As long as it doesn't catch the jaws of the middle pocket, it'll get very close to this. Just a fraction too thick. But an excellent safety.
Very good there from Neil. He's blocked off all the avenues back down the right side of the table, and he may be able to hit the reds to the left of the pink, but there's no path or no easy path back down that side, so it's just off the side cushion, nestle in to the bunch. Needs to be a bit careful. Too much pace, he could leave one on. Wondering if Neil can see enough of that red that's to the left side of the table. He's looking at the possible plant there. Well, that's not far off, is it? If he was directly behind it, he could take it on, but he's got to be careful he doesn't leave that one. But this will cut. Well, he needs the blue to come to his rescue now, and it might have. And there you see. Now we know that the 2 reds were a possible plant, but that red's blocking that. The other one might just go past. That's pretty tight though. Enough room. Well played.
1.
He does stroke that type of shot so well, Willie.
Well, the thing was, Dennis, he could only see half a pocket, couldn't he? As we see there, he couldn't hit the right-hand jaw, and he played that beautifully. Black out of commission, so he'll have to work on just the pink for a moment. I don't think he can get the red just above the black in the next 2 or 3 shots. So a little bit of work to do here to make it a possible chance of a decent-sized break.
5. Six.
I think the pink spot may be covered, and there's only one available spot. Brendan Moore knew that immediately. He didn't even have to check that.
12.
So it goes on to the green. Well, you've got a bird's eye view there from the back of the Barbican. A long way off the blue. Terrific crowd in this evening. There has been all week here. But he wanted to be a bit closer to the blue here. Now there must be a plant. He's looked at the 2 before. I think he can make a plant off those.
18.
Well, there's a series of balls there. There's a possible 3-ball plant, but the 2 at the back are the ones that he can make. And it'll be interesting to see how he plays the cue ball, because he'll leave it short of the balk line, and it could develop into a good chance here.
Yes, and we know there's a plant in the opposite corner as well, didn't we? So he could have finished either side of the table here. Oh, mind you, he's hit this terrible. He's hit this so hard.
19.
I can only presume he must have played to hit that a little bit thicker than that to get the white where it is.
Yeah, he had to hit it slightly thinner to make the plant. Well, let's see how well he cues this. This is a brave shot he's taking on in this opening frame.
This is a great example of seeing why it's so important to get a big colour in play. You can see Mark having to work so hard just
25.
on the blue alone at the moment.
I think there was a break made this afternoon.
30.
Where there was 9 reds and 9 blues potted, believe it or not.
This is a great chance now to get top side of the blue. And he hasn't done
31.
it. He'll be disappointed with that. It's going to be tough now to get onto a red. The green's in the way to power the blue in and go around the balk area, so he's blessed with an amazing amount of cue power, so he could play the deep screw yellow.
I think all those reds are covering each other into the left corner pocket. There might be one there. Yeah, if he gets the white back to somewhere near where it is, he's got 1 red that he can take. That's the red that'll go into the left corner.
36.
Essential this time he gets top side of the blue. He's got the pink there in case he hits it too hard. Needs that white to pull up a little bit though, doesn't want to go near the cushion.
37.
Just 4 or 5 inches too far. Pink now is a little bit dangerous, may take yellow or brown.
Yeah, the brown is the one that will get him to the reds. Going to be a little bit close to the cushion here and corner pocket.
That's just a
41.
drumming, Dennis, isn't it? He's so involved in the game and he's kind of showing out there, but he felt he's a little bit uptight at the moment, but he's certainly cueing well. But only a 41-point lead. Could do with a red safe.
Mark Selby, 41.
Good start for Mark Selby here in this opening frame. And he pushed that red near the side cushion. In fact, it's in the way of a natural safety back down the table. Neil will have to be aware of that red. And he hit it thin enough to avoid canning into it. Well, Mark will want to keep the black tied up, and Neil will want to get it into play when he gets a chance.
With the black being out of commission, this is a red that I doubt whether he'll take on. He could play one red onto the third one down of the one near the pink spot. He can clip that onto the black and bring the black into play, which appears to be the best choice of shot for me. Because he needs that black in play, 41 points behind. There it is. If he gets past the yellow, this is excellent. This is great safety.
Well, that's tied the black up again, which Mark will be delighted about. So much riding on this final. Neil Robertson, if he can win it, will remain world #1, and he'll join the elite group of players that have won the 3 majors. He needs to get this right. This is tough. Very thin snick needed. And that's got the black back into play. The cue ball is going to be close. Okay. And of course, if Mark Selby can defend his UK title, he'll be the first player to do it since Stephen Hendry, way back 17 years ago, believe it or not. And he would go to world #1. So, well, it's all to play for.
Looks like he's going to push the red up into the balk area, but it's dangerous, this, because you'll leave a pot in the middle. Yeah, I don't blame him for taking that on, because he couldn't risk leaving the white at this end of the table, because the red on the pink spot would have been available. It still is, but at distance.
Now the red is just to the right of the pink spot. If it passes the black, he can have a go at that. He'd finish on one of the 4 colours there up the other end of the table. A bit too thin, but was a half chance that.
Similar sort of shot from Mark here. He's just coming around to see if that red passes the black. The one that's just below the pink spot. If that passes the black, he'll take that on.
Yeah, he can swing this right around the angles, and the brown, the blue and pink will be in a great position. That looks good. That looks very good to me. Just the one red that Neil can see. He'll have to be careful if he tries a little thin one to get back down the table. Get the double kiss.
It was a generous tap on the table there for Mark Selby's last safety shot from Neil. It's nice to see these players still showing appreciation of good shots.
Just looking to see if he left the white up in the jaws of the corner pocket. Would he leave anything? There's a lovely shot from the back of the Barbican there. He's in a bit of a hole here. As I say, he's got a very thin snick that he could get the double kiss from. If he tried to screw it back into the bulk area, even with his cue power, that would be some shot. A minute and 4 seconds and counting. I don't blame him for trying to figure out something here, because he's 41 points behind, one mistake, and he'd be 3 frames behind. I don't think that's going to reach.
Foul, a miss. Mark Selby 4.
Well, the way he's played that, he's going to leave that tempter along the cushion, which won't be easy. Same line, with just a little bit more pace. That's better. What has Mark spotted here? Nothing available there. He's going to try and cut this one in that's near the black spot. But Neil knew that he would leave this half chance. He's overcut it. So that calculated risk from Neil Robertson. Tempted Mark Selby, but I think he's covered everything.
Yes, and the red on the pocket is just in the double kiss could be on here and playing this one onto another. Strangely enough, it'd almost be better taking the middle red of the 3 reds are in a straight line, the one just below the pink spot, because that plant is a little bit easier than the one that's in the middle of the table.
If he takes that red that you suggested, Willie, he'd have to play it with a little trace aside, otherwise he could cannon into the black and red there. But that's the easier one to make the possible plant, and that's the one he's taking. But keep an eye on the cue ball here. Couldn't have played it any better. He knew he was going to cannon into the red and black. All he did was concentrate on the plant and just hope that he dropped on a colour.
Blue ball.
Oh, massive frame now. Nominated blue, so obviously it passes the brown and pink. This would be a little bit of a body blow for Mark, having controlled this frame so far. Okay, there's 3 reds that are in difficult positions, but with the black on its spot, they're no real
6.
problem.
Seven.
Well, the last 2 frames, Neil Robertson made breaks of 54 and 123 to close the gap to 2. A real chance to get back into this opening frame. Keep the comeback on track.
$14. $50.
Well, this crowd are engrossed in this final. You could hear a pin drop out there.
$22.
Couldn't quite reach it with the normal rest, so he needs the extended rest. It's got very little to do with the cue ball, just drop the red in.
Yes, with him being left. Oh, goodness me. I can't believe it's missed that. I was just about to say the one that's on the cushion is going to be a problem with him being left-handed, but
20.
I didn't see that coming. In fairness, though, it was the previous black that was a poor shot, not to leave an easier shot than this. Just caught the near jaw. Oh, what a bonus this is for Mark Selby supporters. A few seconds ago, it looked like it was possibly going to be 5-4.
1.
Yeah, you don't usually see Neil react like that, but with the extended, you know, rest and extension on his cue, I don't think he got a heavy contact. I think he was more or less just saying to us, I can't believe I've missed that. But what a turning point that could
8.
be.
$9.
He just needs this red and the black to leave
16.
Neil at the snooker's required stage. So what a let off for Mark Selby there.
Thanks. 70.
Not only did he
24.
pot the frame ball, he developed the other red to make absolutely sure of this opening frame.
25.
He looked very relaxed around the players' lounge with his wife Vicky and her family. Doesn't matter about that.
Mark
Neil's
Selby,
having a look at the
25.
scoreboard, but I think he might
70-22.
stay in the seat. Yes, he
Brendan
signals to
conceded frame.
Brendan Moore, the referee.
Mark Selby.
He did have his chance. He didn't take it. So Mark Selby opens up that 3-frame advantage. He now leads 6 frames to 3.
And you can certainly tell in his play
And the significant thing is he's able to do it at the right time once again, John.
Yeah, it's an absolute art, honestly. I mean, we've been saying it all about him all week. You're winning matches when you're not at your best, but he turns up for the finals, and, you know, certainly against Neil Robertson, he looks like he really fancies the job.
6-3 now.
It's off the break off from Neil there. The black has been tied up, and that's not happened very much in this final. Used to be a time when people broke off. It nearly happened all the time, but each table plays different.
Yeah, neither player wants the black tied up. That's why Neil Robertson played that shot to free the black. They should be switched off.
What Dennis was saying there, there's somebody on their mobile phone, which try to keep them switched off, everybody with earpieces. Great pop, very good. Needs a cue ball to bounce, but I don't think it has. Looks like there's only going to be a safety shot coming up. And where the Reds are situated, it's not a real advantage.
Neil Robertson, what?
Yeah, he's tried to block the path into the Reds from the right side of the table.
Somebody said, Dennis, come on, Mark, and he's tight behind the green.
Yeah. Well, what he's going to do is he's going to play an exhibition type shot. You watch this to land in the right side of the Reds. Count the cushions. 4 cushions. Here we go. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. That's nearer the black, though. It's nearer to the black.
Foul, a miss. Neil Robertson, 4.
And there might be a red that Neil can take to the left middle pocket. So that was a misjudgment from Mark. It's not far off the black that Mark took for the maximum break. The final shot. A bit of a chance for Neil. Can he bring reds into play? Oh, he's stuck in the back of them. The only possibility is if he could take a double on as we show you the white. Just stick in the reds, which happens quite a bit. There's no double on there.
Neil Robertson, 8.
Yes, he may have left a double on here. And he can play to just get onto the black. It's almost a shot to nothing. I don't know whether it's on. I don't know whether he's touching the red, but I think he'll play this.
He hasn't got the right angle for it, will he? But he would have done. This will get it back to normal. White up to the other end of the table. And another bout of tactical play coming up. It's fascinating watching that to see who makes the first mistake. Now white is, well, it's okay there. Had to get it close to the cushion because of the red that would have been available into the right middle pocket. He's going to be careful he doesn't send this red into one of the colors. Yeah, well played.
Unlike Mark to not get the pace of the cue ball to get back into baulk, so this is one he'll take on. Doesn't be too many problems, he'll play for the black.
What a tester though this is. He's got to get it because he would leave a couple of reds on, so it's a must pot. There's the long pot success rate. Neil is ahead in that department. Boy, could he do with one here. Brilliant.
One.
Lots of pressure on that because he was leaving reds. Not a bad chance now.
8. Nine.
It's not a bad idea actually not to get the pink on its spot here, because it's a great target from blue into those reds, and the pink spot is 2 or 3 inches away from the red, so of course unless he hits the pink full ball in playing from blue into the pink in a few shots time, he's not bound to split the red, so he may just take one of these 2 reds, then off the next one maybe either go into them from the black or go top side of the blue. He'll probably leave the pink there for a while.
16. $17.
Not a good angle this, so he may have to get rid of that one loose red.
$24. $25.
Only just. That wobbled a few times.
Don't usually go enough the near jaw, Dennis, do they? I'm surprised at that pace it went in.
He's stuck in the back of the reds again. He's not on one. He just needed to hit that a little bit harder and a little bit more
32.
screw on it. And the white would have kept spinning on back through the reds. We've seen Mark Selby do it so many times. In fact, Mark Selby probably the best in the game at that shot.
But what Mark does, he doesn't hit the red directly above the, the black, as it were. He'll go by that one and arc it into the pack, so it comes into the pack from the side. Neil Robertson caught that first red there.
And that was a tough shot he took on. He needs
Neil
the pink
Robertson,
to come to his rescue
32.
here. And it might have. And there you see it. But there is a red available into the other corner. And he can get onto the black off this. That was a little bit of tension there at that time. Didn't cue that one smoothly, just across it slightly.
May have been a little bit of frustration as well, the fact that Neil got away with it. Neil Robertson now should reduce the deficit to 2 frames. 24 points will just about be enough. 3 reds, 3 blacks. Put him 69 in front with probably 67 on.
1. Please make sure all your mobiles are turned off, please. Eight. Nine.
There was a possible 11 frames to be played this evening. We'll still have the interval after 4 frames. First to 10 lifts the trophy.
Just 16.
A couple more pots and he's back to just 2 behind.
So just the red needed.
23.
Neil Robertson in the driving seat and almost as certain to win the frame if he pots this.
24.
So Mark did have that half chance there. Hasn't missed too many today, but that was one I expected him to pot.
30.
And
31.
Neil seems to have picked the pace up. He did in the last 2 frames of the afternoon session. At one stage he was at 32 seconds per shot. He's down to 27. And the way he's playing here, that will
38.
reduce it even further.
$45. $46. $51. $52.
Second try at trying to move this red into play. This time he's got it. Unlucky.
Right. I bet you a fiver he
56.
gets the double, will he?
It's about.
I bet you he doesn't get the double, will he?
What a shame, though.
56.
Breaks of
Frame.
56 there to
Neil
create that
Robertson.
second frame of the evening session and reduces his deficit to 2 frames now at 6-4.
From he's been found wanting a little bit.
So in other words, are we sensing a little bit of tension? From
Oh, I think there's
Selby
certainly
out there,
tension
yeah.
there. I think he knew exactly that moment of the match there. He's looking at that chance thinking, one good pot here and I've got it, but he didn't get it. And I keep expecting Robertson just to wake up. I keep expecting him just to start playing as he can do and as you'd expect him to. He hasn't quite done it in this match yet. Some points he's got to.
Frame 11 of a possible 19 now.
All Neil could do there was just send the red up the other end of the table. There was no escape route. Mark will try and get that red back up the table and not make it into an awkward frame. Can only see the reds to the right of the pink, and he's got to be careful. If he took that, he would cannon the red that he's now elected to play off. That was in the way of the escape route. Now, where's it going to finish? Well, Neil thought it was worth the risk because it's the only red he would leave, but he's left Mark with a terrific chance because there is a red available at the back and to the right of the bunch in a couple of shots' time. In fact, oh, Mark Selby, what was that? Well, nobody's seen that coming. That is just a lapse in concentration. Well, Hazel talked about tension out there. I think that proved her point there, that miss.
I think he had made his mind up. He was going to play with a touch aside, and he seemed to have got down as if he was going to play with a touch aside, allowed for the side, and then hit it plain ball. Look, what's the white when it comes off the cushion? There's no side there.
He's pushed one near the pocket, and the yellow is not going to come to his rescue. This will cut in. It's a thin one, but it will pot.
One.
Needs the white to keep coming further up the table. He can still pot the green, I feel, as we show you this fine cut in. I'm not sure if he can pot this green
Thank you. Green ball.
and avoid the brown. He might be able to, so he can screw up and leave himself on a choice of reds, I think. And he didn't avoid the cannon on the brown, but he'll settle for that.
4. Five.
Now, if he can get the red to the left of the black, it will free another red at the back of the bunch. He's got an angle if he wanted to go straight into the pink. We'll see what he decides. Straight into the pink. How's your luck? It's not great, believe it or not. He's on a red to the right corner, but the black
10.
isn't available. So it could have worked out a lot better than this. He sent the pink onto the side cushion. And he can't really get over to leave the black for the same pocket as the red because he's hampered. Bit unlucky there, Willie, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It was interesting to see John in the studio saying that Neil Robertson is yet to fire. And when you see your opponent miss an easy ball like Mark just did, that just could be the little fire in his belly that's making him think, well, Mark may be getting a little bit uptight at the moment, but he has got round the back of the black, Dennis, so this is now a chance to put another frame on the board and reduce the deficit just to 1.
Listen, bridging over those two reds to get the stun with the side on it and get on that black, that was much more difficult than it looked. Great shot, that last one.
Played just to flick that red, I think, out of the way, but he's going to have to go up for blue or bought colour now.
18.
I think he thought he was going to miss the red and be almost straight on it, but as you say, he can get up for the blue.
Nineteen.
Here we can show you. He was just trying to screw past that red and just flicked it.
And he hasn't played a great shot there either. He's just the wrong side of the blue, but these two reds he can get on without too many problems.
He's wanting to leave that one near the left corner. He's got a choice of shots. He could screw back, and he's played to leave that one that's near the pocket. I thought he could have screwed straight back, left the one near the pink spot, stun it in for the black, but
24.
he feels this is a much more comfortable route. Well played.
25.
Didn't use that little extension because it makes the shot a little bit more difficult with that extra 6 inches on the end of the cue.
32.
Alison, well, looks as if she's getting over that jet lag. She's it's his mother that travelled over from Melbourne. Charming lady, was chatting to her in the players' lounge. Over to see their grandson for Christmas. This is a bonus for her. Her son playing in the UK final. Yeah, good recovery there. That wasn't
33.
straightforward.
A little straighter on the black than he would like, but he can play for a red in the middle. Doesn't have to kind of bump it up and down to get on the one in the same pocket as the black. He's got a slightly better angle on the thought, so he could play for that red in the same pocket as one at the edge of the pack. That's what he's played for. Now, is there anything else that pots, or is he going to have to move something around? He's got a nice angle to get onto the blue or the
40.
black.
41.
Well, this is Mark Selby's last chance in this frame. If this kiss goes right, it could be 6-5.
Well, he did have a great chance, didn't he, Mark? That is okay. Just a delicate little cannon.
46.
Didn't mean to hit that red, but it's okay.
47.
So every chance now that there's just going to be one frame the difference. And from 5-1 down, it's going to be difficult to pick a winner now. We thought it was going to be a close final before
54.
a ball was struck.
55.
And there is a possibility this final could go all the way.
$62. $63.
The putt success rate, wow, it's changing all the time. Neil Robertson all of a sudden is 1% ahead of Mark Selby, who was at 94% at one stage this afternoon. But that miss has caused the problem here. So just one more red to make absolutely sure after this black. Mark needs one snooker, but if he can
70.
knock this red in, he'll be certain of the frame.
Yeah, good pot.
71.
Chance of another century now. He's already made 6 in the tournament. This is his 7th. Should he go on to get it?
78.
And it could be the
79.
84th of the tournament.
$86.
So noticeable, Dennis, isn't it, the speed he's playing at now? I mean, at one time this afternoon, his average shot time was 29
87.
seconds. It's still quite pedestrian for him. It's 26 at the moment.
Yeah, but for the first 4 or 5 frames, he hadn't potted a black off the spot. He'd never got in around the black spot area.
94.
That was part of the reason.
95.
What a great time to knock a century break in. Well played, Neil Robertson.
100. Thank you. 101. 108. 110. 113.
He's sprinting around the table now, is the Australian.
$117.
Chance to develop the pink. Got to come off the top cushion. That's the side. Played to drop in behind it.
122.
Doesn't matter about the pink. That was a
122.
great response from the Australian. Mark Selby made one mistake, but wasn't he punished for it? Superb century to get him to just one frame behind.
This is the last frame before the mid-session interval, and I think in some ways it's more important
Thank
for Mark
you.
Selby to
Frame
win this
12.
one than it is Robertson. Robertson will be pretty pleased with his night's
Neil
work so
Robertson
far.
to break.
Easy path back down the table off the reds, as you can see there. When you have a two-frame advantage, all you're looking for is to share the little mini sessions. He needs to win this frame to do that. I wonder, is he going to be tempted? Earlier in this UK Championship, Neil stuck to a game plan. He refused a few long pots, but after knocking a century in, that confidence seems to have returned.
One.
And that was a Neil Robertson special.
Yes, wasn't potting those earlier on today, was he? But his long pot success rate has improved and Selby's has gone down.
6.
Got to make sure he gets past the blue here, because brown and yellow off the spots means that position is important with this shot. Couldn't have played it better.
Well, he's got a choice. He can go straight into the pink, and that might even develop the black. He could go into the gap, but the pink would be the better shot. If he could hit the pink on the left side as we look at it, he could bring reds, pink and black into play here. Key shot coming up. Well, he's played for the loose reds, but that was a great chance to open the game up. He's played for the red that's on the black spot.
12.
Interesting choice, that last shot. He's got a similar angle on the blue. Is he going to do it this time?
Yeah, there's so much mileage going into the pink here, but it's just could have done with the cue ball finishing another 2 inches further down. I mean, the black and pink are out of play at the moment. He certainly needs to bring one into play, and if he hits the pink half ball, he could bring both pink and black into play here.
I'm just wondering if he prefers to do it that side of the table than the other side. You know, some players do have a preference. Well, it looks as if he played into that gap, but that was always going to leave the pink and the black still tied up. And he's got to get back down the correct side of the blue again here.
Not easy when you're using the spider as well. It's an implement you'd only probably use once in a match. And in practice, you'd hardly ever use a spider. So it's not guaranteed to get perfect on the blue. But he has got exactly that, perfect on the blue.
90.
This time he has gone into the pink.
24.
But I'm not sure if he's got a straightforward positional shot here. He's dead straight, so if he screws back, he's going to just flick off the pink there.
Might not be a bad idea, then, if he did that, because if he hits the pink half ball, he can be on the pink in the corner or the long blue. I think it's worth the little risk, this screw shot into the pink. As long as he doesn't kiss the pink full ball, there's no problem.
Doesn't like it for some reason. That would be very precise to leave the pink on, because the red looked almost straight. We can maybe just leave the pink. It was
25.
a very delicate little positional shot that was needed. Is he okay? Well, it's going to be tight, I think. Yeah, he must be okay the way he's walking around the table. Well, now he's not sure. He might have to put a little bit of right-hand side on it. And that's what he's doing there. You can see where he's striking the cue ball. Yeah, he's made a good job of that.
It's a better angle, that, wasn't it, to see how much side he was imparting.
31.
254 without reply. So Selby's been kept off the table for the last few moments. Well, that's not the best shot
32.
in the world. Both yellow and brown are in the way to play on and off the baulk cushion, so he may have to play down the other side. Playing ball's no good. It's no good going over the brown spot and back over the brown spot. He needs to go left-hand side of the green on the way down and probably right-hand side on the way back. Now, how's he doing with the side? Oh, he's played it a little bit fortunate there. Any other kiss, he wouldn't have been on anything.
Yeah, I think that red is available next to the pink,
37.
so just watch this little nudge on the green here. But it didn't put him out of position. There's the red that is available.
$38.
Things have changed. The opening frame, Selby looked very good. Had a chance to win the second of the evening and the third of the evening. All of a sudden now, Robertson's seen a little bit of weakness in Mark's game. has upped his game. Probably a good job as an interval just for Mark to restock, and he's still obviously slight favourite to win the game, the way things have gone during the day.
Mind you, to come back from 5-1 and be all square at 6 each.
44.
Neil Robertson will take a lot of confidence to that mid-session interval. And if you look at his breaks,
45.
when he was 5-2 down, or 5-1 down, he had breaks of 54, 123, and a 56 this evening, and 122, and now this. You'd probably have to suddenly say the world #1 has gone back favourite.
$51.
Slightly overhit that, as you can see now. He's having to stretch a little. And he's going to have to do something with the cue ball. Playing ball will be kissing the red that's on the back cushion, or near the back cushion, so he's going to have to swing it around 2 cushions.
Yeah, the angle you could stun it round is that sort of angle. You want to get further up the table, but he could hold for the pink, but you'd think he'd swing it right round the table and get towards the blue.
Well, he's decided to hold for the pink.
The black might also
52.
pot to the middle. I'm not sure, but he did well to hold it. The black's the easier pot if it goes, that is. Plenty of room. What a performance from Neil Robertson here.
$59.
Well, his pot success rate has just flew up, hasn't it? It was down at 83% earlier on today. And over this distance of match, the best of 19, you've got to be past the 9% mark. So Selby has dropped to 87. That has to improve.
60.
Well, he just looks a different player now, doesn't he, Neil Robertson? I mean, this is down to all his experience. He's been in this situation so many times.
67. 68.
And what a great fight back this has been. From 5-1 down, the Australian's going to go to the mid-session interval all square.
75.
And the possibility of another century.
76.
Top class, isn't it? It really is top class. He's dominated this evening session. This could be the 85th century of the tournament.
And more importantly, Neil
83.
has already made 7. This will be his 8th.
84.
It's been a century machine this season. Over 50 centuries already made this season. Closing
90.
on Judd Trump's record, I think, of 61, I think it is.
91. $98.
Well, I've enjoyed
99.
every ball struck in this final. To watch a player fight his way back from 5-1 down. And that is the century, and this Barbican crowd
105.
give a generous round of applause for it. Wow.
107.
It could go all the way, this one, will it?
Absolutely. He has played brilliant this evening, Robertson. But it all started
110.
when Selby missed that easy ball in the second frame of the evening session. Things just started to... When Neil Robertson got away with the pot, he missed a long pot, got away with it. Here's an exhibition shot. Mark went for the long pot, missed it. What a lovely shot that is, positional-wise.
Yeah, you book these boys for an exhibition, that's the type of shots you'd see them play, but superb performance from the world #1.
Well, this is our last frame of this
125.
tournament, Dennis. A different commentary after the interval, but what a fabulous frame to finish on. A great break of 1-3-2. He started the evening session with a 1-2-3. He's got right back into the game now. 1-3-2 clearance to level the match. That's 6-all.
Mid-session interval over. Mark Selby gets frame 13 underway. And we're all square. 6 apiece. In for a bit of a climax here, Stephen.
Yeah, and that mid-session interval came at a bad time, didn't it, for Neil Robertson? He was flying 2 centuries in a row, but he's got that look in his eye. He looks very focused.
Good pot.
1.
But an unintentional kiss on the second red. It's not giving position on a colour.
That aggression's back in his game, though. I feel it was missing this afternoon. He seemed to go into his shell a little bit this afternoon. Almost as if he was intimidated
Neil
by Mark
Robertson.
Selby's
1.
game. You just got to concentrate on your own game. Doesn't matter what your opponent does.
Well, didn't want to risk going up to the ball, Ken, but I'm sure Neil Robertson will, because he's left him a nice, easy safety shot here.
The obvious place to try and get the cue ball would be up near the yellow pocket. So then you cover the red that's closest to the right corner with the yellow and the blue. There's not a gap, is there? No.
Caught that a bit thick. Now, is there a gap this time? There is. I think he can get through to this red closest to the right corner. Good solid pot, and the kiss on the second red has not ruined his position on the blue. Just shows you this game all about fractions. If the cue ball had been half an inch one way or the other, he wouldn't have been able to get through to that red. And now he's potted it. First chance.
Six.
Played for the pink
7.
here because I think when he pots it. He'll probably have to go in the black spot, which is not a problem. It'll open another red to the right corner.
Yes, if a ball spot is not available, it's on the highest
30.
available. And certainly
40.
picked up the pace now with Neil Robertson. There you go, average shot time 24. I remember at a stage this afternoon it was up at 32.
Well,
look at that, points without reply, 375. One-way traffic or
20.
what? Decided to go into them. The problem is when you go into them off the top cushion, you've got to catch an edge of them.
26.
And he just caught that red full. That's why the cue ball stuck. Thought there was a case there maybe for playing for the loose red and going up for the blue, but he thought that was an opportunity. It was his choice. End of break.
Neil Robertson, 26.
Such a great competitor, Mark Selby, but having led 5-1, he'd be a bit disappointed to be all square, but never rule him out.
Try to get that cue ball in behind the yellow. He has left this red to the right centre. Playing it as a shot to nothing, the cue ball back up to balk again. But that was a long way out.
Yeah, as you say, it was half a chance, and it's those half chances that need to be taken at the moment, because Neil Robertson is in the ascendancy. 132 breaking frame 12, 122 in frame 11. He's the one with all the momentum at the moment. Excellent length with the cue ball.
Yeah, this has become a massive test of Mark Selby's temperament, his will to win, his belief, his self-confidence. 5-1 up now, 6-6. To win this match, you get back to world number 1. So how much do you want it now?
Well, he's looking at the plant. It looks as though it's just set to the left jaw. So it's not a certainty, this. He'll be playing back to the balk end. He'd like to see it go in, but I'm not certain it will. No. But he went out all out for it and caught it much too thick. You can see it was always to the left, and it even reversed a bit more with them being so close together. But the main thing there was to get the cue ball back to the balk end, not just in line with the blue. Chance for Neil, this. Well, he's turned away. When he comes back, he'll be very disappointed here. He thought he was certain to be on the black or the pink. He's on neither.
Well, he's got down very quickly. This is a test.
Brilliant. Well, that was absolutely superb because he turned away and he thought he was on
6.
black or pink, and he got down, as Stephen said, very quickly for the blue. He's now beginning to fire on all cylinders.
7.
Maybe a little bit of too much adrenaline on that shot. After putting that great blue. He's come way too far for the blue into the centre. He's got into the right corner though.
And looking at that pot success, it's turned the other way. It's turned on its head. It was the other way around. It was Mark Selby at over 90% and Neil Robertson below it. But now it's, as I say, completely swung the other way. I played the best positional shot here. Wanted to be straighter on this red to the left middle. So I said, be a little bit careful with the cue ball.
That was a nice shot.
13.
Had to use that red, had to use the cannon to hold the cue ball because there was too much angle in the pot to get positioned directly. I see, he just killed the pace with that other red. But he's really moving through the gears now, Neil Robertson.
19.
And that's what we say about snooker. You can't do anything when you're sat in your chair. 401 points and counting without
20.
reply. From Mark Selby, who made a maximum, and 130 in the first frame of this match. And he's keeping that seat warm at the moment and having to watch as Neil Robertson, as Stephen said, goes through the gears. Black having to go as close to its own spot as it can because there's no other spots available in a direct line with the top cushion. The pink won't
27.
be available, but the black will.
28.
This black took us 62 points in front, so one more red needed after it. That was frame ball. That was frame ball.
28.
Now, Mark Selby, what have you got in the locker?
One.
Yeah, I know he was flying, Neil Robertson, but that was frame ball. Maybe he should have just stepped back and just took a little bit more time on that black. It wasn't a gimme. I suppose he's so full of confidence he didn't expect to miss it.
He broke them absolutely perfect.
7.
Well, he needs a clearance to win the frame. He's been given the chance, but as we
8.
said, he's been sat out for so long. 400 and odd points since he last got an opportunity. And this is the art of this game. You've got to sit out like that, and then when you do get your opportunity, get your cue arm going
40.
immediately.
I said a few minutes ago, it's a test for Mark Selby. This is a test. If he can dish up here, what a turning point it'll be in this match.
I don't think he'd, after potting the pink, I think he wants to play for the pink again, ideally, because that red along the top cushion, if he got nicely on it, he could just roll it in dead weight and be comfortably on the black. Straighter on the pink would have been better. So he's deciding to play the black now. He won't play for the red along the top cushion. He'll play for the red near the pink into the probably left middle.
22.
Imperative now he gets a good angle on this pink. Doesn't want to be straight on it. Well, would you
Mark
believe
Selby,
it?
22.
What a chance that's gone begging there.
And that will only fill Neil Robertson with more confidence.
.33 points behind. 43 remaining. But first priority, get this safe. Where's the cue ball going?
Foul. Neil Robertson, 4.
That will probably cost him this frame, because Neil Robertson only needs the red. Just didn't catch that red right. And it just dropped. If it had stayed there, it'd have been safe. But that's the frame ball red. So Neil Robertson, who trailed at one time in this match 5 frames to 1,
Brown.
he's now going to lead. What a turnaround. You see it, 42 ahead, 35 remaining, but nicely on the
5.
the last red. So Mark
6.
Selby won't be coming back to the table. He's got a lot to think about as the man from Leicester. He was offered a lifeline.
12.
This cue ball will be close to the middle pocket. But it won't
Foul.
matter.
Mark Selby, 4.
Mark having a close look
Robertson.
at the scoreboard, but
And the frame.
and he's conceded. And Neil Robertson's comeback is complete. Made a mistake, give Mark Selby a chance. He couldn't take it. And now the world #1 leads by 7 frames to 6.
And when you're playing at that pace, you're a lot more confident, and you're using confidence as well, and that's always a good sign.
The world #1 is in the ascendancy.
Yes, and an excellent break-off shot there from Neil Robertson. And he'll be sitting there comfortable now. He looked very uncomfortable most part of the first session. Ooh, aye, aye. There's a plant on here. I fancy this going in. Now, needs to be on a colour.
1.
Just about on the brown to the right middle. Just overrun it a little bit.
5.
It's all about cue ball control, this game. But he played it nicely.
6.
And he's got the perfect angle on the blue. And I think that on either side of that cluster, there's reds just separated that can go in either corner pocket. Come a bit low on it, which might suit him.
11.
Pot the red and bring other reds into play.
12.
Well, he won't be too happy with that.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it? It was, if you're going to play for the black, you play it softer. If you're going to open the reds, you play it a lot harder to make sure the cue ball goes away from the cushion.
Yeah, once he was near the cushion like that, he left himself with an awful lot to do. And at the moment, I think he's looking for easier pots than this. Well, Vicky will be getting a little bit concerned, but she knows he's a battler and he's done it before.
One.
Nice angle on the blue, but he can't go into the reds. But there is one loose red. He's just checking to see if it passes the black. It looks as though it does comfortably, so he can just drop this blue in. Now, roll the red in. He's a left-hander, so he can leave the cue ball on the left-hand side of the table. He's just coming around to have a look now. If he leaves it about there, because he's thinking when he gets on the black, pot the black and go into the cluster.
Seven.
So he'll play this with left-hand side and go into him with lots of pace, just checking there's no plants to the middle pockets. It could have worked out a lot better than that. Although, having said that, Stephen,
14.
I think I'd rather have been concentrating to hit the middle of the cluster and maybe a bit more pace.
Yeah, I mean, the reds have split well, but I think you don't have to hit. It's not one of them shots you hit full blast, but it's going to hit it a bit harder than that. I think he didn't want to put reds into balking on cushions. That looked like what he was afraid of. But Neil would have expected that to be a frame-winning chance there. And this red cuts to the right corner.
Now, is he going to be on the yellow?
One.
Well, he's on the yellow, but not the right angle, it doesn't appear. It's very straight. Can he pinch a bit? He'll play the pot, obviously, if he can get down amongst the reds. Can he find just a little bit of angle? Well, in the end, didn't feel as though he could. So this is a tricky red he's left himself.
3.
Oh, he hit that well. He hit that well. You could say too well, but there was a lot of pressure on that. Another good shot. So maybe he's put the disappointment of that last frame behind him. Just not got good control of that cue ball at the moment. And it can happen, this. You put so much into the pot, you're just not getting the positional play you'd like. He'll settle for that.
9.
Underhit a few. Or overhit a few early on in this break. Underhit that one. Don't know if the pink spot messes up these 5 reds in the middle of the table. Well, whether it does or not, he's not perfect on this red by any means.
16.
No, he hit that all wrong. It was very straight, the pinky. He had to force it, but he didn't get the stun on the cue ball that he wanted.
Mark Selby, 16.
Oh, he's got a decent length with the cue ball, but he'll be disappointed. But he never really had pinpoint position with that cue ball. And that's the secret of making high breaks. He'd have erred on the side of hitting that too thick, because I think if he'd have hit it thinner, he could have run into the black. A little nudge off the brown. Has helped somewhat. Much too thick. Yes, right in the middle of the pocket. He's on the black. Pink may be a better option. I'm not certain the availability of these reds. Oh, he's got a slight angle on the black, it appears. So he can stun for the... Well, he's played for the gap.
Yep.
And he's played it nicely.
8.
Yeah, you can tell when a player's striking the cue ball correctly. Mark Selby's not doing it at the minute, and that's why he's always out of position. Neil Robertson is hitting the ball perfectly, and his positional play, consequently, is more often than not perfect.
9.
Although I won't be entirely happy with that one. I have to come across the table off the cushion for a red in the same pocket. Wants that cue ball to stop.
Yes, this is the last of the loose red, so
15.
it's imperative now, in potting this red, he gets a good angle on the colour.
$60.
And that's inch perfect. So if he gets a nice split, the frame's at his mercy.
Just didn't hit that with enough pace. If he hits this a little bit harder, you can see
23.
the red to the right, the 3 goes up towards the right middle.
And 9 points in front, so these 3 reds, 3 colours would do it.
$24. $31. 32. 39.
So the blue
40.
to go 31 points in front with just 27 remaining. It's just one-way traffic at the moment. Mark Selby had a chance
45.
this frame. Just couldn't get that cue ball under control. Of course, had a chance in the last frame, but Neil Robertson at the moment just limiting him to an odd
47.
chance. Ten frames, the target to be WilliamHill.com UK champion. Not bothered about
Neil
the green,
Robertson,
so
47.
2 snookers required to tie. So it's not a forlorn hope. They see it, 33 points behind, 25 remaining. 2 4-point snookers needed. Well, he's got the snooker, but it's easy hit. Come off the cushion, top cushion with a trace of left-hand side. No way he's going to miss this. And I was going to suggest there was every chance of getting one back. So he's hit it, but he's left it. And Mark looks at Neil and said, no need to come back to the table, the frame's yours. And Neil Robertson has now won 7 of the last 8 frames. Who would have believed it? But he now leads 8 frames to 6.
But he's certainly going to have to be at his best because Robertson's playing very well now.
Back we go.
Yes, he's got to find something, Mark Selby. By his own admission, he's not played his best this week. He's played in fits and starts. Is it catching up with him? When he led 5-1 and 6-3, you thought, well, he'll be okay. But now the thunder from down under is really starting to produce the goods. One of the best potters we've ever seen in the game, and he's now beginning to find the middle of the pocket. Danger signs.
Yeah, he didn't have his long game this afternoon, or certainly the early part of the afternoon session. And he's a completely different proposition when he's getting these long pots.
6.
Just means you're getting in first every single frame. Makes such a difference.
Neil Robertson, 6.
And Neil's looking up at the audience as if someone put him off. It's there. He's not happy about something.
Well, I didn't hear anything, and it could have only been a sound that could have caught him out. Unless it was the fact someone clapped and he missed. It's not a nice thing to do, is it?
I've had plenty of that down the years.
Yeah, particularly when the Masters used to be at Wembley. Well, what's he thinking of? Surely he's not thinking of coming off the baulk cushion. He can only just nestle into the cluster. He can't go to the baulk end because he could leave the red on. He knows it's time to dig in and just make things hard now for Neil Robertson. Try to knock him out of his stride if he can.
Yeah, well, that was the thing this afternoon when Neil wasn't getting the long pots and getting in first. He was getting dragged into these frames, long frames, you know, half-hour frames. He's out his comfort zone. He doesn't enjoy it. And Selby was dominating those frames.
Yeah.
Both players agreed quickly for a re-rack. Didn't see any future in that frame, so that's good.
Yeah, well, that was interesting. But the onus seems to be on the player now. I honestly think Mark Selby might not have minded nudging the balls around there for about 10 minutes, but it's part of the modern game. And why not? It's not really entertainment. And we've got a packed house here at the Barbican. Got a tremendous atmosphere. They'll be looking for a comeback from Mark Selby as we get this frame 15 underway.
Frame 15. Mark Selby to break.
Yeah, I was saying it's good they've agreed in the re-rack, but I mean, you would think they might have had a couple of shots, because if someone gets a touching ball, that gives them the opportunity to put the cue ball in the bulk to cover that red over the corner pocket, so quickly decided.
Not the best safety shot, catching a ball colour full in the face. Okay, Mark's not playing a pot, but hand on the table. Should play a better safety than that.
There's an excellent there for the cue ball, but if Neil can see the left edge of this bunch, that brown and green's a big target to get in behind.
Yeah, just caught it a little thinner than intended. So that opportunity now falls to his opponent. Well, he's catching those safeties much too thick, okay. He's got a good length with the cue ball, but just not hitting that cue ball correctly at the moment. He has to be a millimetre out. But once again, not the best safety shot from Neil. Once again, too thick.
Selby's game has left him at this point in time. He's just not hitting anything right.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations when you're not hitting the ball well that you need a little bit of help from your opponent, and he's getting it at the moment. But how long Neil Robertson will keep missing for? It's up to Mark to play a good safety, and this looks as though it could be one. And then get an opportunity and make a sizable break. That could kick-start the recovery. Well, a safety error, but doesn't look as though he's done much damage. Can't get through to the red, closest to the blue. Can he get through to this red that's... Is there a red? Can he see enough of that? Well, the fact that he's not looking at it, obviously he thinks he can't. He'd be a little bit disappointed with that. Hand on the table. Should have been behind the brown. Red over the corner. Is it covered? It is. Well covered. Chance here to play the swerve, and he could pot this red. If he plays it gently enough, he may also get position on the black here. Looks perfect. Looks perfect.
One.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot. The swerve wasn't too difficult, but to play it at the pace, to stay on the black.
8.
That was excellent. Now he needs to score here.
9.
8-6 down. I feel he needs to win a frame in one visit to get that confidence back, that belief.
Play for the red to the right-hand side of the black. And is he on it, or is he just short
12.
of pace? He's just 2 inches short of pace. That was the red he played for. Back up for the blue. Needs the good angle.
13.
Needs the angle. Just about got it. He'll play for that red again, the one just to the right of the black. There's the angle, just enough. And this time he is on it. So he's played these few shots. He's got
18.
nice control of the cue ball. Can he keep it?
19. $26. 27. $34. 35.
Got an angle on the black here. May elect just to cannon into him. Knows he'll be on a red to the same pocket. Open them nicely. Just covered one to the middle, and the one I was thinking he bound to be on to the same pocket as the black.
42.
Just overrun it a little bit. Played that shot just a little bit firmer than was necessary.
Yeah, and just didn't seem to get enough bottom on the cue ball. Needs to hit the pack for the cue ball to move to the right, not to the left.
Mark Selby, 42.
A little bit unlucky not to be on one, but he just didn't hit that split into the pack as positive as he would like to.
Yes, and that red he missed. Okay, tricky. But under normal circumstance, you'd expect him to pot it. So here's a long red now for Neil Robertson. So much value if he knocks it in. Selby has opened all the reds. So there'd be no work to do. It's just this initial pot. He's not made it. Well, everybody wants this to go all the way, wants the drama to continue. That's why Mark is getting all this encouragement. He can't get through to the red, but it's no problem. He's got red to the right corner. He's playing the one to the middle.
One.
So a second bite of the cherry. He's got to take this one.
It's not guaranteed. There's two reds to the left of the black. Just has to be careful not to snooker himself if he's going to play for the black to the right corner.
Full.
I think he's okay.
Nearly. If it had nestled on the red, he'd have been on nothing. But he's okay.
He's definitely fragile though, John, isn't he? He's not. You can't sense he's full of confidence in making this frame and break.
No.
11.
He's having to dig very deep. Played a cannon on that red.
12.
Didn't get into the cue ball enough. He's still on the black, but he played the cannon. And that's sometimes what you got to do in all sports. If you're
19.
not feeling your best, you've just got to dig in and hope it can turn round. And this frame now is almost certainly in the bag.
20.
So, a bit better watching for Vicky. He'd lost 7 of the last 8 frames.
27.
So he's put a stop to
28.
that. So 77 ahead, 59 remaining.
35.
No way Neil Robertson will be coming back to the table. He's needed
36.
2 chances as Mark, but thankfully a little bit of help from his opponent. He got them.
$43. 44.
Just the one. Just the one yellow. Looks like a green, that, doesn't it? It was a
51.
yellow.
52.
Now that the frame's well and truly won, just up in the fluency, and he'd like to continue this sort
59.
of fluent play when he comes to the next frame.
60.
It was a bit stuttery, as Stephen remarked on at first when he first got this chance.
65. 67.
Can't make a century. I think he just wants this frame to be over now. get ready for the next one.
$70. $74.
As I say,
Mark Selby,
who's more or less
74
thinking about next
and a
frame.
frame.
Well, breaks of 42 and 74. Cape Neil Robertson off the table. Mark Selby keeping in there, but he's still behind. 8-7, the Australian.
Frame 16. Neil Robertson to break.
So Neil Robertson breaks off. Maybe not quite in the ascendancy in his mind as he was when he was going 8-6 in front. He had a couple of half chances and didn't take them. And had to set out the frame and never pot a ball. He played it thinking he would run up the table and maybe not leave it. The only red he could leave was the one he's played. But worst result, that's the one he's left. It wasn't the easiest shot. So will he try to bring the black into play or just concentrate going up, back up for the blue or baulk colour? He's looking for the blue.
1.
He's played it nicely.
Yeah, you couldn't pick up the cue ball with your hand and put it in a better position now to slam into the pink here.
Well, for a moment I thought he was going to be on nothing, then a red appeared. A red appeared.
6.
It's not the perfect position because the black's down in position and the pink, nothing, and then that red just came off the top cushion nicely on to the left corner. But he's going to have to concentrate on the blue for the time being, blue and baulk colours. Well, it's a lovely view, and it's a very good venue.
7.
And when it's full, the Barbican, it creates such a tremendous atmosphere. Most snooker arenas do. It's just got that like bear pit atmosphere, hasn't it? You know, and you're close to the action. Beautiful arena, and it's been a great tournament. Started off with 128 players came here 2 weeks ago. Some shocks along the way, some great matches. And this final is not letting us down.
Well, he's been a little bit fortunate there. He didn't play any cannon on the red.
12.
He's actually found a way of possibly playing for the pink to the left centre.
Yeah, which would certainly help his cause. Get the pink into play. We didn't want to risk playing for the pink.
30.
Gone up for the blue. Got a nice angle on the blue. I think the reason he didn't play for the pink, he probably felt he was going to leave the cue ball too close to the cushion, and also the wrong angle on the pink. Anyway, he's perfect on the blue, so no problem.
Yeah, and also if he pots the pink, I don't think it'll pot when it's respotted. So no real point in going for it there. No real point in taking that risk.
80. $19.
Another nice shot. Right side of the blue. I think this is a bit pacey.
$24.
That was a poor shot.
Yes, he won't be happy with that one. Needed to stop about there. So it's a thin cut, this. Mark may be thinking he's coming back to the table sooner rather than later. No, cut it in. And was able to control the cue ball to be on a baulk colour. But once that cue ball starts to travel up and down the table, it just makes that things a little bit more difficult.
$29. $30.
Maybe worth a risk going into the bunch here. I think there's only one red to the right corner that he can play for. I think it's worth a risk.
Yes,
35.
just below centre on the cue ball, stunning it down. All the reds are open now. Big frame this for Neil, and he knows it. This to get within one frame of winning this UK crown. And Mark may be thinking, why get another shot this frame? He's probably thinking not.
$36.
A little bit straighter on the blue than he would have liked.
$41.
Well, I don't think he played for this red, and there's not all the pocket there, but being right behind it, you'd expect him to knock it in.
42.
Just getting a little bit more difficult now. He's losing control of the cue ball. He's not getting the right angle on the blue. It's the second time now. Wrong straight before, wrong side this time. But he missed the yellow, and it seems perfect. That was an excellent recovery.
47.
If he kisses the yellow, it could have been end of break. We missed it by a fraction, but enough. So 47 ahead, 83 remaining. Needs 3 of these remaining reds.
$48.
Well, he's doesn't make this pink any easier. Mark may get a chance here. Now, this is tricky, this pink. Is it wide? Is it wide?
Neil Robertson.
Always look wide to me,
48.
Neil. Did he put a little bit of unintentional side on the cue ball, striking down, whatever reason? Mark Selby's back at the table unexpectedly.
And does he take the risk to... Well, I thought he might have taken the risk to move that red away from the black.
1.
Well, he's saying it rolled off. Always looked wide to me. Always looked on that jaw.
I thought Mark Selby might have played the cannon into red and black there. If he played it enough pace, he was always going to have the pink over the left centre.
Yeah.
7.
Maybe has a chance to do it now, but this time he hasn't got the pink over the middle. If he plays the cannon to bring the black into play, he needs to get it and hit it perfectly. Decided not to take the risk and play for the pink.
8.
But this isn't perfect. You call it perfect when you got the natural angle on the ball to take you on to the next ball, but this is a little bit awkward. A little bit of work needed with the cue ball here. Played it nicely, but so concerned with the pink. Well, if he's got the red to the middle, he's been fortunate.
14.
No, well wide. Well
Mark
wide.
Selby. 14.
He's just, as you alluded to not long ago, Stephen, when he comes to the table with these chances, he's just not being positive enough, is he?
No, if you look at both players, the difference in the look and their eyes, there's only one player at this point in time that's got confidence he's going to win this final.
Where's the brown going? Where's the brown going?
1.
"35 points to lead, possible 51 remaining." So after this yellow or green, whichever one he decide on the yellow, he still needs a red and a colour. And he's not on the red.
3.
This frame, not over just yet.
Neil Robertson. 3.
Yeah, good safety. Now Mark Selby has got to make no more mistakes. One mistake and the frame has gone. He's looking to run this red into the black, bring the black into play and hold the red near the top cushion. He's missed it. Where's the red go? Does he leave it? Well, he could have left it easier, but he has left a pot on, and only a red and a colour required for Neil Robertson. Hang on. Ooh, well, I'll tell you what, a little bit harder, that might not have dropped. He was confident, he was walking. I thought it was just going to the left-hand jaw.
I think it was in the middle of the pocket when it started out. You can just see it just gradually starts to move to that left jaw.
Would you believe it? It was that pink to go 44 points in front with 43 remaining. Mark Selby can still win.
That was pressure. That's the first shot he's hit really badly in a long time. There was movement in his head and his back arm.
Look for a bit of movement here. Just a little bit of head movement, wasn't there? Whether the brown was just hampering him slightly, but that straight pink was frame ball. Will he get a better chance than that? Past the 5 hours, match time. But you have to say, it's been enthralling stuff. I wouldn't say it's swinging one way or the other. Mark Selby was in the ascendancy. It swung Neil Robertson's way. I don't think it's swung back to Mark Selby's way just yet, but if Neil's missing frame balls, it could do quickly.
Mark Selby looking, see if he can get this cue ball in behind the yellow.
Well, he's not got the snooker, but he's got the most important thing. Cue ball tight against the cushion. Isn't the most straightforward of safeties, this?
Possible double here to the left corner. Got the red much too thick.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Stephen, but the problem is you don't really want to hit it that thin, do you? Because if you get near the pocket and it doesn't go in, it stays in the jaw, and as you say, caught it too thick. Comes to the table, 38 points behind, 43 points remaining. Oh, watch the brown. Oh, so close. He's got to pot the colour. If he doesn't pot the colour, he'll need a snooker.
I think at the end this was a good cannon and a brown because that was quite pacey, that cue ball. He needs a colour or he's going to need a snooker.
Yeah, could have finished up on nothing. He's on the pink, but needs to get it. Now, he needs this cue ball to run, otherwise he could be snookered when the pink's re-spotted. I think he can just get past it.
Can use the red here to stop use the black rather to stop the red. Going near the right corner pocket, plays the red thin towards the black. Cue ball up towards the yellow and blue. Can play a good safety shot here.
Yes, he really could. He could have the blue or pink as the snookering balls. Just got to catch this right. I think it's a shot, if he wasn't using the rest, it'd be guaranteed. I'm amazed he's played it like that.
Mark Selby, 7.
But he's got the snooker, so okay, but it's so much easier the other one. But at the moment, I don't think he's feeling that good about himself that he can play little thin safeties, positive shots.
No, he's playing the easier shot, the most straightforward shot, which is understandable at this stage in this frame.
Well, as it happened, it's worked out for him. Okay, the brown's been nudged safe, but he can cue past this yellow. I say he can cue past it. Can he get to the middle of the cue ball? He needs a colour after the red. Good pots. Is he on a colour?
1.
Not perfect. Blue or pink. And they're going to be tough. I don't know how you can sit there and watch. It'd be too tough for me. The problem we've got here is the black. We saw when he made his maximum break that he doesn't really like using the rest. Can he get to play the pot on the blue without fouling the black? Because the pink, he'll definitely have to use the rest, surely. If he doesn't pot the colour, he needs a snooker. To be so careful he doesn't foul the black, but he's got to keep his eye on the pot. Good pots, and nicely on the yellow.
Well, when Neil Robertson missed that
6.
straight pink, the way the balls were placed, you still make him heavy favourite to win the frame. But he'll be fearing the worst. Well, maybe not after that
8.
shot.
Yeah, disappointing. He's just never really had any consistency in his positional play this evening. He's underhit this by a long way. It's an easy safety, but he'll be thinking this was a chance to win the frame at one visit. But he bit the bullet.
Mark Selby,
but well
8.
short of pace with the cue ball. And if Neil can't get through direct to this green, he'll try and come off the baulk cushion first. He's only looking for the green. I think he'll be playing baulk cushion first here. If he hits what he can of the green, he'll be knocking it towards the corner. But if you're going to play that, you've got to get right in behind the green. Didn't play that very well.
This frame now has become massive now, hasn't it? In the context of this match.
Well, a terrific pot.
Great.
right in the heart of the pocket. That was a terrific shot. Well, this brown doesn't go in, surely, does it? No, just playing safe off it. It needed to be safer
Mark
than
Selby,
that, though, I'm
3.
afraid. Neil Robertson only needs the brown. And it's a chance here to go within 1 frame of victory. They're all suffering out there, family-wise. Everybody else is enjoying it. Well, long way away, and because he caught it much too thick, he's gifted the chance now to Mark Selby. Can you believe it?
It's amazing what
4.
pressure does, isn't it? Robertson misses a straight pink to go 9-7 up, and now he looks like he can't pot a ball.
Needs an angle on the pink.
9.
The reason I say that, he wants to get as close as this black ball as he can. Closer he gets to the black, the easier the pot. Black ball game.
15.
He'd have liked it to have just been straighter than this. Don't get me wrong. I fancy him to pot it, but there's a little bit of pressure on this.
I can never understand why players get the cue ball clean in shots like this. You just build it up more, I think. I would have just liked to have just got down and potted it.
Well, he's trying to protect against the kick, but I'm not certain having the balls clean does that. But anyway, this black for the frame to level the match. Oh, would you believe it?
Mark Selby.
Would you believe it?
15.
What a let-off for Neil Robertson, and what a downer for Mark Selby. And in goes
7.
the black, a
Frame.
most amazing game. Neil Robertson can't believe that he's won it, and neither can I. But that's the fact. Neil Robertson now is 1 frame away from victory. He leads 9-7, amazingly.
And he would be the first overseas player in the history of this game to do it.
Yeah, magnificent achievement. And I mean, you saw his face going out when he left the black in the jaw. He couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it in here. I don't think anybody could believe it, and certainly Mark Selby couldn't believe it.
OK, what does Selby have left? And is Robertson going to get over the line?
Good break-off shot from Mark Selby. Well, let's have a look at that black again. As I say, if it had been straight, but it was just so straight, but you don't expect him to miss it. But did he spoil his rhythm having both balls cleaned? Well, it takes some guts after missing a black like that to knock in a red like that. So maybe it just free the shackles. You never know this game, I'm telling you. You just cannot know what's going on. It's a mind game. And sometimes you miss an easy chance, you think you've lost the match, and then all that tension just drains out of your body, and you can be a different player.
Thanks. 9.
Wow, you see Neil Robertson, that was funny. He can't believe it. Because he was, I mean, gone's probably too strong a word, but after he missed that pink, he did go in that frame.
Yeah, and I bet it's the first frame he's ever won, potting the black right-handed, which is what he did in the
16.
end.
Hey. 17.
Well, he went into them, but he's not got the best result.
24.
When he knocked the red in, you probably heard him. A little bit of a laugh with the crowd, so he's not lost his sense of humour. I think I might have after missing the black like that.
Mark
Is
Selby.
that what he's going to do
24.
now? Attack. Looking at the way he played that red, he's not going to hold back now. I think he's going to go for his shots and chance his arm.
No, he didn't put a ball after missing that pink, Neil Robertson, that last frame. I'm not going to count the black over the pocket. So this is a tester.
That winning post can play tricks.
Hit it quite hard as well. That's a sign of tension.
One.
And there's another example. That little bit of tension, just hitting the ball just too hard.
Mark Selby, 1.
And that's still kept his focus. He might have been tempted by that long green, the way he was feeling.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, though, after Neil was so wide with that long red he potted, maybe Mark's thinking, well, hang on. He's thinking about the winning line. Let's not give him an easy opportunity, if I can avoid it. Because that was a long way away when you consider a few frames ago, Neil Robertson was knocking those right in the middle of the pocket. Twists and turns.
Is he looking at the red that's closest to this right corner? Follow through of 2 cushions for the black.
No, just played the containing safety, but that doesn't put a lot of pressure on Mark to play a better one than that. Don't think he can get through to the red to the middle. Well, he can. He can. So that wasn't the best containing safety shot. But he's not got the right angle on the yellow. Now, if he plays the pot on the yellow, he's going to have to screw in and out of balk. So he's going to have to play this yellow with a lot of pace. Is he in attack mode, or does he play the snooker? Well, in the end, decided he could roll it in and just get the other side of the green, but he's not left himself an easy red here.
3.
But after missing that black in the last frame, he'll be so annoyed. You can sometimes turn it to your advantage. He's on the black. I think the only red he can play to be on is the red that's just below the black. Can he hold for it? Now this will be a test of whether he's prepared to chance his arm on anything.
11.
This red along the cushion is this difficult, and he's got an easy safety should he so wish, and that's what he's playing.
Mark Selby, 11.
Couldn't have left the cue ball more awkward than that. Yeah, that was a good shot. Nicely played. Don't think he was too interested in the pot there, but what he was trying to do was get it in the jaws, rattle the jaws and go up the side cushion. He missed it by that far. That's why he's left it.
Tough red this, but bound to be on a colour. Probably yellow. Should he pot it?
One.
A bit pacey.
He turned down a yellow like this earlier on in the week to the green pocket. He's going to turn this down as well. Sometimes feel when it's a chance to win the match,
Robertson, 1.
you've got to take it.
Not a straightforward escape, this. I think he'd rather play to hit the one open red rather than go into the cluster, because he could leave a red on there. If he runs down and just hits the red on the extreme left, maybe would leave a red into the right corner. But I think if he could hit that loose red in the baulk half of the table, then he'd play it, but he can't get to it off one cushion, the right-hand cushion, which he'd prefer, so he's in a spot of bother here. Well, he is playing to it, that red in the open. He's not playing to it the main cluster. He's trying to hit the red at the other end and misjudged it by a long way. He'll be all right as long as it doesn't go in the pocket.
Foul. Miss. Neil Robertson, 4.
Yeah, quite rightly, Neil asking him to have a go, another go at that, but expect him to get closer. What he's hoping to hit this red just half ball, knock the red to the cushion, and not leave it on. He's thinking the only way he can leave the red on is to hit it full in the face, but he was quite a way out first time around. And not much closer second time. And he's okay as long as that cue ball doesn't go in the pocket.
Neil Robertson, 4.
he's got a 27-point lead, so I'm not saying you can afford to give these points away, but it's not as bad if he was behind. Third attempt. I think the problem is that to get the line, he may be going close to the cluster, and he doesn't want to touch those. This is better. He's going to hit the red. Can he get it safe? He has done. He has done. It was worth the wait. Well worked out that was. Okay, you need a bit of luck at the end, but it was a good shot to think of. Red's hard enough not to be left on as a pot, but Mark's not snookered anymore. A little bit thick, but I don't think this red is cuttable into the middle. Just stop short. Of course, it will go to the left corner, but that's a lot more difficult pot. Good straight cueing needed. We've not had much of that from Neil in the last few frames. Long pot success. Well, 67% is pretty good. Can he knock this one in? No, it doesn't look as though he's going to play it, is he? Well, that does surprise me. And when we look behind the shot there, Stephen, he had an angle to run through for the black.
Yeah, and playing that, it was the only red he could leave. As I said before, sometimes you don't get many chances to win the match. And if you keep refusing them, where's the next one coming from? I wouldn't like to be playing Mark Selby and waiting for an easy chance to win.
No. And every credit to Mark Selby after losing the last frame in those circumstances. He's done very well to refocus his mind. Just looking to screw off this red, run it into the blue, just to stop the red coming up and down the table, really. Wants the cue ball on the top cushion behind the black. Oh, and he's not hit the blue full in the face. And he's left the pot on. Didn't want the red to come to the left-hand side of the table, but it has.
One.
Just caught the bump in the middle pocket there. He would have had a pot at the black if it didn't do that. Red at the top of the bunch goes to the left corner. Oh, he's hit that so well.
It's as you were saying before, though, isn't it? There's a little bit of tension in the arm. He just seems to... Some players have a tendency to hit the overhit, some underhit. And As I've alluded to a few times this evening, cue ball control is so important in this game. The best breaks are the ones that we sit there and think, well, I could have potted all those. It's just manoeuvring the cue ball into the right position. So, unless there's a chance of a double on here, the bottom red. No, just the
Neil
glance
Robertson,
off the
6.
pack. But he's not put the cue ball tight to the cushion, so no real pressure on Mark Selby here. Mark Selby has still got a 21-point lead. He's looking for one more chance in this frame. Close. Thought the only red he could leave was the one he was playing, and that's right, but it didn't go in. And he's left a fairly comfortable safety shot now for Neil. In the spot of bother here now, Mark Selby, and the spot of bother is that pink that will loom large on the right-hand side of the table. If he tries to play safe down the right-hand side, he's got to avoid the pink. If he tries the other side, it's a lot more difficult. This red will pot. He's got to miss the pink. Well, he did miss the pink, and how did the red not go in? And Neil Robertson can get through to it. Looks as though it was about to drop for a second.
One.
Can play the green off one cushion into an area where you'll either have the red to the left centre or a red to the right corner.
Yep.
Not for the first time, just overhit the positional shot. Mark, well, I'll be thinking that this is a decent chance for Neil. But some good shots to be played. This, of course, the frame he needs to be UK champion.
Five.
Still not perfect unless he decides to play the cannon, and then it can go wrong.
Yeah, if he can get the cue ball in that gap of the 5 reds, you cannot see how he can't be on a red.
Didn't find the gap, did he? He did
10.
not find the gap. As you say, if he finds the gap, a little bit of hope for Mark Selby sat in his seat. Now, can he cut this red in? He's eyeing up the possibility. It's very thin. If it doesn't go in, it'll stay in the jaws of the pocket, you feel. So it's a risky pot to take on. There's a split. Stephen said if he just found the gap of those 5 reds, he couldn't fail to be on one. But he didn't find the gap. He's thought about playing a thin cut. He's thinking again about it, but decided against it. He's 11 points behind still.
Neil Robertson, 10.
Good length for the cue ball, but Mark Selby will be very relieved to come back to the table with a lead. Pretty good. Well, that's an excellent shot. That is absolutely top draw safety. Needs a good reply now from Mark Selby. 86% not bad, 78% Mark Selby. That's low for him.
The red that's closest to the cue ball does cut to the right corner. He can play it as a shot to nothing.
Good pot, kiss on the brown. And a nice kiss on the brown gives him a nice angle to come down towards the reds. Excellent pot. An excellent result.
Five. Six.
Well, Allison, this could be frame and match winning opportunity. But after what's gone before, nobody would be taking anything for granted.
30. $40.
Doesn't need the awkward pink, so this is a chance. Little wince there. Mark looking at Neil there, a player when he's sat in his seat, and Mark's one of them. He likes to look at the body language of his opponent to see whether he's happy or not. He didn't want to be playing for this red along the top cushion, I promise you. But the position he had on the black, he had to.
21.
Now this is key to frame and match. And in without touching a
22.
side. You feel that that could be the shot.
And when you're world #1, this gives you so much pleasure to win these massive tournaments and prove why you are
29.
the best player in the world.
this black and the yellow. In it goes. He's on the yellow. The yellow to go 28 points in front.
37.
With only 25 remaining. Right in the heart of the pocket. Well,
39.
this has been a remarkable final. Mark Selby looked to be running away with it at one stage. We just felt, though, that
42.
Neil Robertson, the way he played all week, had a little bit left. Was he ever going to produce it? He's produced it this evening. Few shaky moments. A black ball
46.
game, the last frame that could have gone either way. But now, it's like a lap of honour.
51.
In it goes, he
57.
turns round, Mark Selby. They're great pals, the two of them. On the table, it's very competitive, but he's done it, the Triple Crown. Neil Robertson, Windmill.com UK champion, former Masters champion, former world champion. You've done it. Many, many congratulations. Feel a bit sorry for Mark Selby. He didn't play his best all week for me, but he got to the final, he made a fight of it. Neil's mother, Alison, rushing down, wants to give him a hug. And why not? Great performance. Neil Robertson, world #1, UK champion. He wins by 10 frames to 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our two brilliant finalists tonight. First of all, a marvellous, gallant defending champion. It's gone, Mark, but I mean this as a compliment to you. He's done a Mark Selby on you today, in effect, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I played sort of okay first session. I scrapped it out, and then tonight I was very poor, and to be fair, I didn't deserve to win. I had more than my fair share of chances, and obviously didn't take them, and Neil did.
You were within a black ball of making it 8-all, and we all wondered, should you have had that black clean? Did it put you off your fluency? Did it put you off your rhythm at that point?
Not really, it was a tricky one, wasn't it? No, I mean, if I pot the black 8-all, I mean, to be fair, I probably don't deserve to be 8-all the way the match went for the second session. I thought Neil was definitely the better player second session. But at the end of the day, some of the performances I've played this week has been quite poor, really, so to even get to the finals is a massive achievement.
Well, you've got a lovely Christmas bonus coming. Obviously, there's the small matter of £70,000 tonight, and of course £59,000 for what was a fantastic maximum yesterday, Mark. Congratulations, well done, thank you. Our champion, ladies and gentlemen, Neil Robertson. And Neil, well, he nicked your Masters crown. You've kind of got him back today.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Mark in the first session was too good for me today. I mean, I had some chances, but you know, I thought he played really solid. And you know, tonight I came out and you know, 6-3 down, and I just had to play my best snooker to get back into the match. And you know, when I beat John Higgins earlier this year in the Wuxi Classic final, I said that was the best I've ever performed in a final. But the second session here tonight is definitely the best I've ever played in a final. So, you know.
Yeah, you won 7 out of 8 frames, 3 centuries in 5. How did you turn it around? What did you summon at that point, Neil?
Well, former world champion sent a text message at the interval, and I'm not going to tell you who it was, but it did kind of help a bit. And you know, if you try and sort of you know, take Mark on with the safety, I mean, he's the best safety player in the world, so I had to just go for my shots and try and speed the play up a bit and sort of up the tempo, and I did that, and I thought, you know, it brought the best snooker out of myself for that session. And I mean, towards the end there, you know, 8-6, 8-7, and then you know, the black, you know, he got the white and black cleaned. I've done that before in a pro-am in Australia, and I lost to Joe Minichi 4-3 on the black, so I got both cleaned, and I missed a similar black. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if it pulled in or what, but I mean, I was as shocked as anyone to see it sort of still hang over the hole, because he played it dead way. And you know, I didn't even want to get the long stuff out. I just had to play it right-handed quickly and quickly go to the toilet. So, and then, you know, the last frame there, I just just that chance there, really proud with the way I handled myself to clear up to win there.
You know, when you go 9-7 in front, do you ever really feel comfortable and safe against a man like this?
Well, I mean, he's come back so many times. I mean, he's done it to Ronnie O'Sullivan in the Masters final. I think he was 9-6 down against Ronnie, and he's one of the worst players in the world to be, to have a good lead in front of. And I mean, Mark's he's a brilliant player. I mean, we're starting to play each other a lot now because getting in later stages as well. So, I mean, hopefully this definitely won't be our last UK Championship final.
And finally, Neil, I know you're a keen student of the game here, but you've joined a very exclusive club as a winner of the Triple Crown in your career. Just tell us how significant that is to have done it and to become the first overseas player in history to have done it.
Yeah, I think that I missed actually Alex Higgins and Terry Griffiths when I did the interview after my game yesterday. And sorry, guys, but well, sorry, Terry, sorry, Alex. Yeah, to become the first overseas player to win all three. When I came over and Ding Junhui and I sort of basically turned pro at the same time 10 years ago, and to get ahead of him is a fantastic achievement. I'm sure he'll achieve it one day as well, but to be the first is a really fantastic feeling.
Well, you joined a fantastic club tonight. I know your mum's flown in from Australia. You've got to keep her here for the Masters, haven't you?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. She comes to the World Final on the day, and she's been here all week. So yeah, she's going to have a good Christmas.
Well played. You're going to have a good Christmas. Congratulations, our champion, Neil Robertson.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your presentation party, Jason Ferguson, chairman of the WPBSA, and Nicola Frampton from William Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up, receiving the medal, the cheque for £70,000 and the bonus 59 for that wonderful maximum. Put your hands together for Mark Selby. And the winner, the history maker, the record breaker, receiving the cheque for £150,000, the trophy and the title, 2013 WilliamHill.com UK champion, Neil Robertson. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Neil Robertson.
Yep, there he is, the history man, Neil Robertson. And what a performance, what a transformation in his game in that match. He talked about a little bit of impetus from a former world champion, yet to be revealed who that is. But clearly it gave him a bit of spark. Kenny?
Yes, it gave him a bit of spark, and he, as he said, he sort of went for his shots a bit more, upped his tempo, and how crucial those two frames were, before the first 8, and of course that black. I mean, how crucial that. It could have been all different had that black gone in for Mark Selby and gone 8 all.
When we think about the consistency that Neil Robertson's shown over the last couple of seasons, this is his second major title of the season, his third of the year, clearly. Is he the man who is exemplifying professionalism and consistency in your sport right now?
Absolutely, he is. And if I was another professional playing, he would be the benchmark for me. I would be looking at every event, seeing where his name is, to try and avoid him for as late as possible. Because he's turned up the first day, looked totally professional. He knew what the prize money was from first day, Hazel. That's always an indication how serious they are. But he's dedicated, and he's such a good competitor. To turn that around from 6-3 today was fantastic. And I always felt he was hitting the ball a little bit better than Mark Selby. And it's to Selby's credit that he hung in there for so long.
Yes, indeed. Great character shown by Neil, and great character throughout this whole championship from Mark Selby, because at times it didn't look likely he was going to get to this final at all.
No, not at all. And it's a mark of the man and a mark of a true champion. He'll be hurting. There's no doubt about it. He'll be hurting with this defeat, but he has to take an awful lot of admiration for the way he's played all week. Fantastic.
It has been, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm sure we have here in York. I'm sure that you're going to enjoy